Ben, just checking to make sure you can hear us.
Yes, I can. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good to go. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, January 20th, and I'd like to call this meeting of the Policy and Strategy Committee to order and begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. We're going to begin our meeting today with the nomination and election of Vice Chair for the Policy and Strategy Committee. This is normally done in November or December, but because of holidays, it got pushed off to January, and we'll begin our meeting with that today. And I'll turn it over to our municipal clerk.
Thank you, Chair. We will begin with the election or nomination for the Vice Chair of the Policy and Strategy Committee. And I believe you have ballots on your desks. If not, let me know.
While we are voting for our vice chair, I would just like to make note that we have Councillor Brooks joining us from Teams, and Councillor Moore will be joining us shortly. She is a bit delayed this morning.
So for a nomination for the policy, vice chair for the Policy and Strategy Committee. Counselor Bell. Counselor Oikel. Counselor Burns. Counselor Smith. Counselor Hubley. So nominated for vice chair again is Counselors Bell, Counselors Burns, Counselor Oikel, Counselor Smith, and Counselor Hubley.
Thank you, but I'd like to withdraw my name.
I would also like to withdraw my name, but whoever the kind soul was that nominated me, if they could nominate me for finance, that would be great.
Campaigning, there we go.
So we have two that have withdrawn their nomination, and I'll ask just the municipal clerk to repeat those who are willing to let their names stand one more time.
Okay, so remaining on the ballot is Counselor Oikel, Counselor Smith, and Counselor Bell. So you can go forward with your ballot, and I'll be around once more. Okay, so we will now do our first ballot and see what we got. We have Counselor Oikel, Counselor Bell, Counselor Oikel, Counselor Bell. It's always the way. Counselor Oikel, Counselor Smith, Counselor Oikel, Counselor Bell. I have to look at it. Counselor Smith. Counselor Bell. So what do we have? Okay, so based on that, we have Counselor Oikel and Counselor Bell as a tie, and Counselor Smith would be dropped from the ballot, and we'll go for a second round between Counselor Bell and Counselor Oikel. Okay, let's see what we have and hope that there's not a tie again. Counselor Bell. Counselor Bell. Counselor Oikel. Counselor Oikel. Counselor Oikel. Counselor Bell. Yeah. Counselor Bell. Counselor Oikel. Counselor Bell. Counselor Bell.
Right down to the wire.
Well, that was right down to the last, wasn't it? And Counselor Bell would be declared the ballot winner as vice chair.
Congratulations to Councillor Bell, who will be Vice Chair of the Policy and Strategy Committee. Can I get a motion to destroy the ballots? Moved by Mayor McLean-Weil, seconded by Councillor Hubley. All those in favor? Motion carried unanimously. Okay. We'll move down in our agenda to announcements, acknowledgements, and recognitions. Does anybody have? Councillor Smith.
I just wanted, as way of announcement, just let everyone know that the Bookmobile has been back on the road this year, and it was off for a couple months. And when that happens, people don't expect the service to be there. So anything we can do to help remind folks when the Bookmobile is coming to our communities, that would be great. It's the last Bookmobile in the province, and we're really lucky to have it. And I know that our residents really appreciate having that service in their community.
Any other announcements, acknowledgements, or recognition? Seeing none. Changes or approval to the agenda? Do we have anything that we need to move around? Nope. Seeing none. Can I get an approval of the agenda? Moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Burns. All those in favor? Agenda is approved. And Councillor Brooks, I'm able to see you on my screen, so I'm just going to count your vote by raising your hand or lowering it as opposed to calling you out. So thank you for that
Thank you.
participation. Okay. We have one set of minutes to approve, December 16th, 2025. Are there any errors, omissions, or deletions to that set of minutes? Seeing none, we'll call those approved. Do we have any business arising from the minutes? Nope.
No, sorry, yes.
No.
There was no public input at the December
Perfect.
Policy and Strategy Committee meeting.
Thank you. And I'm just going to back up a moment to our public input session. We're getting back in sorts here. Is there anybody wishing to speak at public input today? Seeing none, I'll just remind folks that might be listening that public input is one of several opportunities for the public to engage with council. Residents are welcome to use the public input portion of the meeting to share their thoughts with the council on municipal topics that are important to them. So we're going to go right into our 9:15 presentation, and we have the Partners for Care, Well Tide Health. And with us today, we have Amanda Hatt, the Chief Program Officer, and colleague Nick Jennery. And I apologize, I don't have your title in front of me, but if you would like to introduce yourself, we'll have that for the record as well, and welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the time this morning.
Yeah. And
My name is Nick Jennery. I'm the
Oh, there we go. I'm Nick Jennery, CEO for Partners for Care, and just wanted to thank you for your time this morning to explain what's going on with that building across the road and what's inside those four walls. Secondly, I'd also like to thank from the outset for your partnership in helping to make this building a go-to place for community health and wellness. And what do I mean by that? I'm going to introduce you to Amanda Hatt, our Chief Program Officer for Partners for Care, and she's got a short presentation to give you. Before handing over, build it and they will come was a famous saying, came from Field of Dreams. And as I look at the building across the road, we do believe that if we build it right, we will get all the right tenants eventually. And with all the right tenants, we do believe that we will get the community coming to this building, and specifically those that were identified in the community assessment as needing care, health and wellness care, based on the gaps that we did with the assessment. And we do believe those people who feel that there are currently some barriers to access to health and wellness, we feel that they will come too. So let's just back up a little bit and explain what the building is. Amanda?
Thank you. Okay, you can hear me. Should I share my screen so that we can walk through the presentation together? Does that work? This is your laptop. Do I share or do you share? Okay, beautiful.
While that's getting ready to come on our screen for those to watch, I'd just like to reiterate that now that the walls are going up, it's created a lot of buzz in the community of what it is, what it's going to be, and who's it for. So this presentation comes at a great time for us to be able to share with our residents and for them to go back and be able to watch and listen to what's going on across the street.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, and that is exactly why we're here. In fact, we're starting to get some emails through the community as well with questions. So a great opportunity to think about, what's on the minds of the community as they're seeing the walls start to come up. So just a bit of history. So of course, the municipality, you chose to be partners with us in this journey, and we are so grateful, as Nick shared. So this is a partnership with two construction companies, Lindsay Construction and RCS Construction, who've helped make the 45,000 square foot two-story building next door possible. And so for us, when I joined the organization in April, one of our key priorities was to understand the needs and the opportunities within the community. What is going really well? Where are there some gaps? And where can WellTide help to be a bridge? And so from April until August, we undertook a very big deep dive into lots of data, but also importantly, more than 100 one-on-one interviews and consultations within the community, within the health sector, to really understand the needs. And that information is what has informed our planning, our recruitment strategy for who is the right fit as a tenant within WellTide, and how we can organize and deliver services within the space that Partners for Care is leasing within the space, called the Partners for Care Collaboration Hub. So this slide that was included in your packages as well is a bit of a heavy slide. And I take pause at this because we don't want to say that we've understood the needs of the community fully. What we've done is our best, and our ongoing commitment is to continue to learn from the community. But there are some realities that are really hard and heavy on the heart when we look at, some of the challenges that the community is facing. And with nearly 7,000 unattached to primary care homes within the Lunenburg and Queens County areas, that's a significant number of those who don't know where to go for the care that they need. An aging population, something we are all very familiar with, and only getting older as the years go on. and the social determinants of health that do create real meaningful barriers for folks. This isn't just thinking about health from the perspective of our physical or mental health, but thinking about the environment and the social circumstances that enable us to make decisions about our health and wellness journey and what information is influencing us. And of course, this leads to a high acute care dependency. So thinking about some of the data points, over a 5-year period, we had about 65,000 visits to the hospitals within the communities that could have been taken care in the community had folks understood where those supports were, or the barriers to access some of those supports weren't existing. And so we've taken time to reflect on what we've heard, what we've observed, and we certainly go forward from the perspective of not thinking that we are going to get it right, but thinking that we want to get it right with the community, and that will be an evolution in understanding and listening and hearing feedback from all of you and from the community as we build and as we grow over time. And this slide really represents the gaps and opportunities that we saw. And so, as you can see from the list, the opportunities are great. And so the ability to solve all problems all at once is not realistic. But certainly, we can all play a role in helping to thread all of these opportunities together, whether that is inside the walls of WellTide Health within the Partners for Care Collaboration Hub, or external. So thinking about how we connect the community to the programs and the supports that are needed that are outside of the walls of WellTide Health as well. And all of this has really led us to our purpose. We have a deep belief that people can live healthier lives when they're connected to accessible, community-centered health and wellness supports that support their well-being. So that isn't just the health, that's also the social supports that need to be knit together. And so our commitment is to take that time to understand what the community cares deeply about, to think about how those health and social supports come together, and then as Partners for Care to really be focused in on what is breaking down the barriers, understanding the barriers to break them down look like, and how can we achieve that through partnerships. And thinking about partnerships at a public sector level, at a business level, and at a community level, because there are a lot of great things that are happening in this community, in a lot of ways the community members are showing up for each other. We want to be able to tap into that, to acknowledge that, to celebrate that, and to support that. And so we're guided by principles, and at the end of the day, navigation is core. Thinking about navigation and knowledge and understanding where to go for what support when, and thinking about that at that broader social determinants of health perspective, that's what we want to knit together through WellTide. And so as Partners for Care, it's our commitment to bring a navigation, a system navigation informed lens to what we're building as a service, thinking about how we're building collaboration across sectors, thinking about the ways that we can be innovative, and it doesn't have to be shiny technology to be innovative, but just different ways of approaching new ideas. And access, this one is critical. Thinking about transportation, thinking about income, thinking about housing, all of those things that impact folks' ability to access services. And thinking about childcare, child support. You want to bring yourself in for a health and wellness appointment, but you have a child that needs to be tended to. So what are those ways that we can think differently about addressing some of those barriers? So on the screen, what you'll see is a floor plan. It's not a design-approved floor plan. This is meant to be a functional representation. We're in the process of that final design now. But what I would draw your attention to here is inside WellTide, we ourselves are leasing space to provide collective diverse services. And so when you enter the Partners for Care Collaboration Hub, there's a few key features. The first is looking at how do we integrate childminding as a service that isn't a cost. It isn't another barrier, but it is a service that we can offer for folks who are looking to access services within WellTide. And then we have different consult spaces, and we have counseling rooms. We have places for the staff who are delivering care within the hub to collaborate and work together and support the community members who are coming through. And part of that service set will be navigation, thinking about an in-person, system-centered navigator to help folks understand, based on their needs, where do they go? How do we empower the community to make decisions for themselves and give them the information that helps them make more informed decisions? And that's ultimately the heart of what we're aiming to do. And the strategy of who we're trying to recruit within to deliver care, we are looking at as much publicly funded, low-cost and no-cost care as possible, but there will be a mix. There will be a mix of providers who offer private health insured funded care and also publicly funded care. And so that's ultimately where we are. We haven't finalized that tenancy, but we do know, based on what we see as the needs, what the community is asking for, what we're hearing, that's what we want to make sure that we're doing, is reducing barriers by continuing to deliver the care that is so needed and so deserved in the community. This is a quick visual of not what the final look and feel might look like, but to give you a flavor of the welcoming environment. We want the Partners for Care Collaboration Hub, as well as the entire building, to be an open door, a place where you walk in and you feel cared for, you feel supported. And that is our ultimate goal. And you'll see in the slides, and because the font is way too small for anybody in this room, including me, to read, we've put it in your package so that you can go through and have a deeper look at this. But what we wanted to convey with two different user journeys, conceptually, how could this work? What does this experience feel like for your community members who are coming through the doors of WellTide and the Partners for Care Collaboration Hub? And how does navigation play a role in understanding what their needs are, thinking about the public, private, and community supports that are available, and then giving them the information to make decisions about what their next steps look like. Again, whether that is a service that's being delivered through the hub or through WellTide or the broader community. But the follow-up is the other key. So we will be following up to ensure that you have reached the services that you need, that you haven't run into other barriers that we didn't capture in the first interview. And so continuing that support for folks who live in the community. And this was a first opportunity to come back and share where we are. It was a big labor of love over the summer, and we've enjoyed every conversation that we've had and every opportunity to bring back information and want to support you with having those conversations with your community. And we're sure you have lots of questions, and looking forward to hearing those, and also opportunities to bring back further information for you in the future to keep you as informed as you need to be as excited about this as we are.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I assume you'll open for questions or comments from around the table. So I'll turn it over to councilor members if there's anything they wish to ask while we have partners right in the room. And up first, we actually have somebody that's on Teams, so we'll hear them. Councilor Brooks, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you very much for the presentation, and I really appreciate you highlighting some of what our community needs are. I think your first point, the first slide you had, the third point, was illuminating our community has some of the highest poverty and unemployment rates. I'm just curious where you drew those statistics from.
Absolutely. The statistics were drawn from a collection of data sources, so looking at Statistics Canada, but then looking at more recent data points from sources like City Data that collates different municipality data points through publications that are public. So it's a bit of a mix between Statistics Canada, looking at that, it being 2021, and more recent data from City Data.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilor Smith.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Our residents often tune into these meetings or watch them later on YouTube. And for those who are maybe just hearing about this building for the first time. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what Partners for Care is and does, just as, you know, more of an introduction to, what your organization is about. Thanks.
Sure, thank you. So Partners for Care, we are a nonprofit partner of Nova Scotia Health. And so 35 years ago, we actually started as the auxiliary for the QE2 Health Sciences Center Hospital and have evolved over the years. So Partners for Care role was primarily supporting a lot of the social enterprises that were operating within the campuses of the QE2. And over the years, we saw an opportunity to increase our impact beyond the central zone. And that's when we started to look at strategic priorities like increasing access to healthcare and where could we play a role in supporting that. So our opportunity as an organization is to build partnerships, which is where the partnership with the municipality, with Lindsay Construction and RCS Construction came to bear to think about how do we open up tables for different conversations about how we can make a difference and all working toward that goal of healthier communities. And WellTide was born from that dream, and that's how we came to this community, and our hope is to continue building on that footprint over time. But ultimately, where can we make life easier for patients, providers, and communities, and really drive to that shared goal of healthier communities for generations?
Mayor McLean-Weil.
Thank you very much. One of the I think things that's important at this stage, now that the building is being built, is to put some timelines around it. So recognizing that weather, like what we've had over the last day or so, as well as just construction delays and all of that, if you could put some timelines around what the expectation is, around when the building will actually, your part of the work will be started. And then the second thing is around the key messages, because I think as our chair has outlined, our deputy mayor has said, that we are getting the questions now, and we need to be really clear about what the messages are, about what's going to be there. So if you could talk about timeline and messages, that would be really valuable.
Beautiful questions, thank you. So from a timeline perspective, even with the weather, construction is on time, and what that means is the building itself will be ready for tenants to start fitting up inside the space at the end of February, which is just around the corner, and it creates a sense of urgency in us all. But there's also a road map to tenants being ready to open to the public. So thinking about the building's construction being complete and the opportunity for the public to be accessing the building on a regular basis, we're looking more at the fall in terms of that timeline for the public being generally accessing the broader facility within WellTide Health. But for ourselves, the Partners for Care Collaboration Hub, we do hope to have a soft opening in early summer to give us time to build some of our workflows and test and try a few processes with the providers who are committed to delivering care within that space, with that formal opening, even for our hub being in the fall. So really looking at the fall as being the main time frame for when the public can expect to gain significant access to the facility as a whole. And some of the fit up for the tenants that are committing to operate within the broader building have their own timelines. So we'll be announcing that along the way so that we're communicating that clearly for the community who are excited to see what's opening up. And then in terms of key messages, it's such a bright point, and thank you for bringing it up. We do have key messages that we want to share. So looking at really establishing how do we talk about WellTide. It's complicated in terms of the number of pieces that are coming together within a 45,000 square foot facility. So we want to help with that introduction. We also want to help with gauging some questions that you might get. And so we do have questions and answers and a few key messages that will act as a tool. And so we can work with the wonderful staff team as well as the mayor to make sure that that's disseminated out to council to help assist you with those conversations. And of course, an open door for us, any questions that you're getting that we're not answering, we want to be able to help with that as well. And we may not have an answer, but at least we'll know that together and we can find our way forward from there.
Just as a follow-up, and just for the record, for those that may be listening, the common question is, for us as council is, oh, we're building the building, and we are very quick to say, no, we are not building the building. We have good partners who are building the building, and the ownership of the building will not be the municipalities. We are a tenant, like Well-Tide. Partners will be tenants in the building in carrying out different types of activities. So those are the things that they're really top line, but then I know the next layer will be questions when you start talking about health, will there be a doctor? I mean, that is the other question when we talk about the professionals that will be available. And I don't know if you want to speak to that or not.
Happy to, actually, because it is, thinking of the emails that we're getting, it's, do you have a doctor and can I put my...
To make sure that we're augmenting the services that are already out there. We're not duplicating it. We are meeting those priority needs. And of course, all the funding is in place. But as soon as we have that, we will give you another date stamped FAQ, if that makes sense, because it is a bit of an iterative journey.
Yeah, that sounds great, and we'll do our best to share with our residents as questions come up. Wonderful. I don't see any other hands, so I want to thank you both for coming in today. And if there's any final thoughts you want to share, feel free to do it now.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I did have one question. As I mentioned, this is an iterative journey, and we're here to serve the people in your areas. As we go forward, if you feel that you are hearing more bias towards this type of support or the questions that you've raised, it's really important that we have a touchstone for that, because we do have some flexibility within the building on how we best utilize the square footage, and there will be some time lapses as new tenants are brought on. But we really want to make sure that we have a touchstone to the community, and if you've got a way or suggestion on how to do that, we are all ears. I mean, we're not looking at setting up another committee, but we do want to make sure that we've got our ear to every part of the ground as much as possible.
Absolutely, absolutely. The best outcome, we'll be working together and sharing those concepts. So, again, thank you very much. We look forward to receiving those FAQs and watching it go up across the street. All right, continuing along in our agenda, we have no referrals from council, so we're going to go down to staff reports, and we are going to begin with Recreation, Parks and Tourism Department. And depending on which sheet you're looking at, we're going to start with the evaluation of visitor information services, and we have Ruth Wallman who is going to bring that forward.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor and Council. Today I'm presenting an evaluation of the municipality's visitor information services. I'll walk through the background, an introduction, and explain how the program is delivered and measured. I'll summarize year-over-year trends from 2023 to 2025 and close with key takeaways and next steps to strengthen reporting and decision-making. In 2023, the municipality transitioned to delivering visitor information services through a mobile VIC, providing pop-up visitor information services at community events and high-traffic locations. This shift was made to better align service delivery with changing visitor behaviors, expand outreach beyond a single fixed location, and improve access to visitor information throughout the municipality. Prior to this change, from 2013 to 2023, Modal cost-shared a brick-and-mortar VIC with the town of Bridgewater. As the lease approached expiration, the town advised that it no longer was interested in continuing to cost-share the arrangement. This prompted staff to complete a cost analysis of the brick-and-mortar VIC model, which ultimately led to council to pass a motion directing staff to provide notice that Modal would not renew the lease upon its expiration. This evaluation presented today is in response to council's direction to assess visitor information services and establish output and outcome measures for the program. The Mobile Visitor Information Center model delivers in-person visitor information through seasonal pop-up locations. This happens at community events and high-traffic areas. These pop-ups support access to local information for residents and visitors, promote local experiences, events, and businesses, and increase the municipality's visibility within the district. Mobile VIC pop-ups represent one component of a broader visitor information services model that also includes digital outreach and industry support activities delivered by tourism staff. It's important to note that the mobile VIC pop-ups are just one part of how visitor information is delivered. During the summer season, tourism staff also respond to visitor inquiries by phone and email, in addition to online visitor information and outreach. This includes keeping the tourism website exploremodl.ca up to date, managing tourism-related social media channels and visitor messaging, completing business visits and familiarization tours, distributing print materials, and supporting other tourism initiatives and events. That broader context matters because it helps explain why the pop-up schedule is planned the way it is and how staff time is balanced across a range of tourism responsibilities. Mobile VIC pop-ups operate seasonally with tourism staff attending a range of locations and events throughout the municipality. At each pop-up, staff set up a branded tent, brochure racks with municipal and local tourism materials, and information about upcoming community events. At high-traffic events, we often use prize draws to encourage people to stop and engage, and at smaller community-based events, we'll use small promotional giveaways such as sunglasses or small bookmarks as an incentive for people to stop and have a conversation and to share information. In 2023, the first year of our operation, the program targeted attendance at approximately 3 pop-ups per week. Based on staff input, the standard was adjusted for 2024, down to 2 pop-ups per week with additional events attended where capacity allows. This reflects a more sustainable approach when you take into consideration travel, setup, and teardown time, post-event reporting, along with other core visitor services responsibilities, particularly the time it takes to create social media content and keep website information up to date, which are increasingly important as we know roughly 80% of travelers prefer to plan and book their entire vacations online. Beyond pop-ups, tourism staff also provide visitor counseling through email, phone, and social media messaging. These channels support both trip planning and in-destination decision-making, responding to inquiries about accommodations, attractions, events, outdoor recreation, and local services. We've observed that social media direct messages are being used more frequently for visitor inquiries, which reinforces the need for a timely and responsive social media presence. Together, these communication methods extend visitor services beyond physical pop-up locations and provide access to local tourism information through multiple platforms. In addition to travel counseling, seasonal staff are also responsible for collection and the distribution of brochures and maps from tourism operators. These materials are packaged and either delivered in person or mailed to community and provincial visitor information centers, depending on proximity. Staff are responsible for maintaining our tourism website, exploremodl.ca. This includes an annual review of business listings to ensure their accuracy, adding new businesses and removing outdated listings, creating updated blog content, and these business listings are also cross-posted on multiple other platforms, including MODL's Economic Development Business Directory, visitsouthshore.ca, and thinksouthshore.ca, which takes advantage of cross-promotional opportunities. So basically, when we create a business listing on our website, on the back end, we're able to post it on multiple sites. In 2025, the municipality completed its tourism website redevelopment after successfully securing funding through Tourism Nova Scotia's Tourism Digital Assistance Program. This project resulted in the launch of a modern, user-friendly website designed to improve access to local tourism information for visitors and locals. This program enables us to update our online events calendar, which also includes an online public submission form so that community members can go online and submit their community events. Then we receive an email and are able to approve them, and then they go on the online calendar. Core visitor services are delivered by year-round permanent staff, and service levels are expanded during the peak tourism season through 2 full-time seasonal positions, a visitor services manager, as well as a tourism ambassador. Both positions run from May until August and are approximately 35 hours per week. In addition, we do have a part-time staff member who works remotely and supports social media content, visitor messaging, and website updates for approximately 10 hours per week from September until March. Outputs are how we track what is delivered, what staff complete, and the volume of our service activity. For travel counseling, outputs include the number of visitor inquiries responded to by email and phone during the peak season. For distribution, the number of brochures and maps distributed and the number of tourism operators represented. For familiarization tours, our outputs include the number of tourism businesses visited. For our digital services, our outputs include the number of businesses listed and reviewed annually, the number of blog posts or content pieces that we create, and the volume of frequency of social media content, along with growth and engagement metrics. Outcomes focus on what these activities achieve and how they improve service quality. From a visitor experience perspective, outcomes include improve access to accurate and timely visitor information across multiple channels, enhanced ability to plan trips and make in-destination decisions, and increased awareness of district experiences, events, and businesses. From an information quality perspective, outcomes include improved accuracy and completeness of tourism information online and in print, and more consistent messaging across visitor touchpoints. From a staff capacity perspective, outcomes include improved staff knowledge through FAM tours, increased confidence responding across platforms, and stronger relationships with local tourism operators. For mobile VIC pop-ups specifically, staff record the number of individuals within each party they interact with, the visitor's geographic origin, and the type of information that they are requesting. Visitor interaction counts and origin data are compiled and reported to the province through monthly submissions. As a condition of our provincial funding, the municipality is required to submit monthly tourism statistics for the months of June, July, and August. In addition to monthly reporting, tourism staff complete an event report after each pop-up location or event attended. Event reporting was introduced in 2023 as a standardized tool to assess the effectiveness of individual events and locations. These reports include key details such as the organizer's contact information, the date and time of the event, the weather, as we know that impacts how many people attend events, and the estimated overall attendance. They also record the number of direct visitor interactions and any qualitative visitor feedback that stands out to them. We also will note that if we have a ballot draw, we record how many submissions to enter that prize, and we record that in the event report as well. So each report includes a recommendation on whether the event should be attended in future seasons, along with a rationale. This event report is the tool we use to inform annual planning and decision-making on where pop-ups are most effective. Mobile VIC outputs track delivery and reach through how many pop-ups were delivered, the number of locations and events attended, number of visitor interactions recorded, number of prize draws or giveaways, and the number of event reports completed. Mobile VIC outcomes focus on effectiveness and learning. These include increased awareness of local tourism businesses and experiences, improved access to in-person information, clearer understanding of visitor interests such as beaches, trails, and events, visitor origins and travel patterns, and improved ability to adjust pop-ups, the schedule of the pop-ups based on what we're learning from engagement trends. A key note here is that mobile VIC data reflects direct in-person engagement only. It doesn't capture the indirect exposure or post-visit decision-making or digital follow-up behavior. This data only shows who we spoke to in person. This next section reviews delivery over the past 3 seasons to identify engagement trends, highlight high and low performing locations, and identify opportunities to improve efficiency and inform operational decisions. This information is intended to guide planning and service delivery. It's not a comprehensive measure of overall tourism activity. In 2023, tourism staff attended 25 mobile VIC pop-ups with 958 visitor interactions. This year served as a baseline for understanding demand, identifying high-traffic locations, and refining our reporting methods. Interaction numbers were influenced by multiple pop-ups at the Lunenburg waterfront. Event reports suggested engagements at this location were generally brief and focused primarily on general inquiries about the town of Lunenburg. Other highly successful events included the Michelin Seniors Expo and the More on the Shore Vendor Showcase in Chester. These highlight a consistent trend that trade show style events featuring multiple vendors generate a high volume of meaningful, high quality interactions. Based on event report data, the South Shore exhibition and the Lunenburg waterfront were considered lower quality or less targeted engagement relative to the staff time that was invested. In 2024, there was 23 pop-ups scheduled. 3 were canceled due to weather and 1 to staff illness. Staff recorded 422 visitor interactions. The decrease reflects both cancellations and deliberate program adjustments. Staff did not attend the Lunenburg waterfront in 2024, instead piloted a few new locations, including select businesses and a few park sites. Consistent with 2023, the highest interaction levels were observed at trade show style events with multiple vendors. This included the Seniors Expo at Michelin, the Community Connections at LCLC, and the International Trails Day on the Dynamite Trail. In 2025, 21 pop-ups were scheduled, with 1 canceled due to weather, resulting in 666 visitor interactions. Although fewer pop-ups were delivered than earlier years, engagement increased compared to 2024. This indicates improved targeting of locations and events and a more efficient use of staff time. Successful locations included the Ovens and Hurdles Beach, the South Shore Shunpike event in Blue Rocks, and 2 pop-up activations during the Maritime Mega Geocaching event near the end of June. Of all of our pop-up locations attended, only 2 recorded fewer than 20 visitor interactions and were considered low performing. Across all 3 years, inquiry patterns show that outdoor experiences, particularly beaches and trails, remain the primary driver of visitor and local interest. This is supported by strong demand for the trail map brochure and the District of Lunenburg tourism map brochure. This consistent pattern helps guide both where we place our pop-ups and what information and materials we prioritize for visitor engagement. Overall, the mobile VIC provides valuable insight into visitor behavior by capturing where, when, and how we engage with staff, with visitors in person. The data supports practical operational decisions, including better location selection, improved staff efficiency, and more targeted engagement at events with high traffic locations. At the same time, it's important to note that this information is not intended to measure the overall tourism activity. The data reflects direct in-person interactions only, and results should be interpreted within that context. So looking ahead, Visitor Information Services will prioritize high-impact visitor-focused service delivery that improves access to local information, supports informed trip planning, and enhances the visitor experience. Emphasis will be placed on efficient use of staff time, strong alignment with community events and peak visitor activity, and flexible service models that respond to changing visitor behaviors, technology, and available resources. For mobile VIC pop-ups, we will continue to prioritize trade show style events that offer strong opportunities for meaningful engagement, and previously low-performing locations will be limited unless they are tied to larger initiatives or community events. To better reflect how visitors access information throughout the year, staff will begin tracking social media inquiries on a year-round basis. In addition to phone and email visitor inquiries, they will be recorded outside the peak tourism season, building on the tracking that currently is completed during peak months. Now that the updated tourism website is established, staff will also begin compiling and reviewing website performance metrics to better understand how visitors are finding our online information. Additionally, staff will begin preparing information for potential use in an AI-enabled website chatbot to support timely responses to common visitor inquiries. Expanding on data collection across all channels will support more complete reporting on visitor services and strengthen our understanding on visitor information needs, which in turn supports more informed planning and continuous improvement. That concludes the overview of the Visitor Services Program. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for bringing that forward. There's no motions to come out of this. This was an information piece, and the first time this council would have had a presentation on the VIC services. I believe so. Turning it over for questions or comments. Councillor Oiko.
Could you please give an example of an FAM tour?
Okay, so FAM tours or familiarization tours are when we take the staff near the beginning of the season and plan multiple business visits and park visits in a day. So we schedule our time. So if we're like concentrating on the Petite La Have area, we might do the community park, the general store, hit the cluster of artists. So you're basically going in, meeting each business owner, learning what that business offers, or going and exploring the park, learning a bit about it so that you're able to then return to visitors that are asking questions and have a more hands-on way of answering their questions, a better understanding. So in one, we do multiple FAM tours and visit multiple locations, but when they go to each business, they are to take pictures and also do a social media post follow-up with tagging them as well. So it doubles as kind of a learning tool for the staff, but also a way to meet business owners.
So I was just wondering if there was any feedback, whether it was on Facebook or in person, from tourists regarding gaps that were missing in our area.
I haven't heard directly of any gaps. Usually we get businesses reaching out asking to be highlighted, which we like. And since we're out in the community, we do get a lot of requests to do pop-ups. But just because somebody hasn't brought up that there's a gap doesn't mean one doesn't exist. A lot of times they're asking specific questions, so we're just tailoring our answers to those.
So up next, we have Counselor Smith, then Bell, then Brooks.
I am just wondering what the budget impact has been in making the change. And then if I could have a follow-up.
So there's multiple budget lines that relate to visitor information services. It's difficult to compare the brick and mortar directly with how we are operating now, because at the brick and mortar VIC, we had a number of staff, where we've reduced our number of staff currently. And overall, the cost to do the pop-ups is significantly lower than to operate the brick and mortar VIC. So if you have specifics, if it's specifics that you would like in versus how much we had for staff then and how much we budget for staff now, I can provide you with that information after, like a more detailed breakdown, because it's not in one line item.
Thanks. I think that would be helpful, just in helping to explain the transition. The other question I have is more around regional cooperation. And, you know, tourism is really, doesn't stop at municipal boundaries. So how do we work with other regions? And also maybe, you know, I know that Nova Scotia Tourism has a new strategy out. Just wondering also how we plug into that, so.
So in regard to regional tourism, there is the South Shore Tourism Co-op, which is a cooperative that markets the South Shore, essentially from Peggy's Cove down to Shelburne, Barrington area. So we as a municipality contribute financially to the South Shore Tourism Co-op, which means I get to sit on their meetings and advise as a municipal advisor. So they have a variety of marketing initiatives, including a website that we're able to cross-populate with. So like I mentioned in my presentation, we have a business listing, we're able to have our businesses listed on their website, our events are listed on their online events calendar, so we cross-populate that way. There's a lot of cross-promotional opportunities we do take advantage of when they have contests or a variety of things. So tourism marketing makes sense from a regional perspective, and the co-op is quite active. So we meet monthly, and based on what they have in their operations planned, we try to kind of tag along or leverage some of their promotional opportunities. The other question was in regards to the strategy. So tourism, Nova Scotia has a strategy session coming up at the Best Western at the end of the month, and I hope to learn more about how we're able to kind of work together and have input on the strategy or how that comes to life. And if you're interested in attending, I can circulate that date, because there's still time to RSVP for that session.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I have a comment rather than a question. I found the report detailed and very informative and well done. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you.
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you for the presentation. It may be a cruder metric, but I'm curious for the mobile VICs, if staff has done a calculation to see what we're paying essentially per visitor interaction.
So I did consider that, but it would be very nominal. I can do that calculation, because when we had the brick and mortar VIC, I did a similar calculation, and it was almost $12 per interaction, which is extremely high. I just didn't think that doing that calculation, I thought it would be extremely low. I can do it and circulate that. I just felt that given at some of the trade show style events, our numbers are so high, our cost per interaction is going to be so low that it's going to skew our regular in-season pop-ups.
I appreciate that. I guess, you referenced high quality and low quality interactions, or perhaps interactions that were of a shorter duration. So it might be tricky to tease that out, but it would be helpful for me to understand that. So if there's any way to get a number, I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, there absolutely is, and I can do that.
Thank you very much.
Mayor McLean-Weil?
Thank you for the presentation, because I think our initial direction was that we needed to be able to evaluate, and I think you've presented some of that. I guess I do have I've thought a lot about this, so I have some thoughts. But I really think we need to think, and I'm sure you have, thought about what our goals are as a municipality for tourism. And when I go through the details, which to Councillor Bell's point, is detailed and very helpful, and I think you're hearing that from councillors. I think we have to think about what are our goals here, and where, because the tourism industry and how people access information, and you've identified this, has changed dramatically. The point being, we know that, also from your report, that beaches and trails are our two big points. And how can we provide the best information? I think if that's what people want to see and take part in, what is our best avenue? This is more of a comment, our best avenue to present that. And to foster that, which I think, and I've said this repeatedly, that this municipality has some of the best amenities from beaches and trails of anywhere, probably in Canada. It is quite staggering, the number and the accessibility that people can have. But I'm not sure that we've highlighted that as our best asset. If you think about, from a marketing perspective, what you want to focus on is your best asset. And so I'm really hoping we can think over the next period of time about how we can best leverage that asset. And I've also thought about and to Councillor Oikel's point, one of the gaps that I see here is that experiential tourism is big. And we have a little bit of it, but we don't have a lot of it. Relatively deep and ingrained in our fabric of our business community here. So I'm thinking, what is our role in helping to foster experiential tourism by helping to support, and I'm not saying financially, but encourage and foster thought that there are business opportunities here that could capitalize on our trails and our beaches in a way that could foster that business activity and enhance the utilization of our trails. And I put that out there as something that I think needs development here in this community. And I know that we've had several people travel to look at other, what's being done in other places around experiential tourism. But I feel we've got the elements here. We just haven't linked it. So it is linking where you stay with the guides and the support industries that could take you on a bike trip on a trail, or we have some kayak people who are doing that very well, but we've got a lot of other aspects to the trails. So that's a comment. The other comment that I want to make is, because I think this needs, the tourism part of our work here needs some rethinking from us as a council about what we think we should be doing. And I think staff now are coming forward with some good elements of evaluation to say, when I look at the VIC, the mobile things, the places where we had the most interaction were really with our own people, as opposed to bringing outside people in. And that's why I pointed to what is our goal here. If our goal here is to create a better understanding among our local people about what we have, that's one thing. And so that, if that's what we want to do, then okay. But if our goal is tourism of bringing outside people in, I'm not sure that the VIC, as it is now, is doing that. And so I think we have to be clear about what the goals are as a council. What do we want our tourism piece to be, that staff then respond to that in the programming that's developed. So, anyway, maybe I'll just leave it at that, because I have thought quite a bit about this. We have so much here that I feel we are doing good things, but in the municipality, our big asset is our trails and our beaches. And that's what I think we need to really think about. How can we foster better utilization of that and tie in the business pieces to that that could really build on what we have? Anyway.
Before circling back around for those that might have a second question, I have one. You mentioned that there's a part-time staff member that supports social media, visitor messaging, and website updates from September to March. Is that a permanent position?
It's not a permanent position. The first time it came about is when we were seeing there was extra funding in the budget for staff, and I needed additional support, so it was very minimal. The last season, it was about 2 hours, 2 to 4 hours per week, or whatever was the variance I had at the end of the season. But since we're seeing such an increase in social media inquiries and comments of people asking questions, we wanted to just budget a little bit more so that we were able to have that support this following season at 10 hours per week.
And how is that evaluated with the output of what they're doing, comparing to stuff that could have been done in-house, is my question. Like what are they looking at businesses? Are they looking at parks? Are they looking at trails? Just wondering where they get their content from and where it's being posted, because I'm not familiar with any of it.
Okay, so on our Facebook page, they have a minimum standard to have a certain number of posts per week, and then on Instagram there's a standard of one grid post per week, along with consistent stories. So I set a standard for that staff member to complete, but right now she's created 3 additional blog posts that have gone up. They have only received promotion in the sense that they're posted and linked on Facebook. Does that answer your question, or are you looking for more specifically? Like, I have the capabilities to do the work she's doing. It's just the time that it's required to stay on top of all the social media messages takes me away from doing other work.
I suppose my question, what you have answered, thank you, was just trying to understand what he or she would post and making sure it's the correct material. But I think you've answered it, the basis of it, so I'll leave it at that.
If you go through our tourism Facebook page and you are wanting to see different things posted, just let me know, because basically the direction I give them is try to be fair across different districts, try to represent different businesses. We try not to post the same business the same time, like more than once in a month. So we have like general guidelines that they're to follow, highlight each park, but don't highlight it too frequently within the 30 days, that sort of thing.
Councillor Oikel, then Councillor Brooks.
The mayor actually touched on.
And Councillor Brooks.
I understand that we are doing some of this work through a website. I'm curious if there's some forward thinking about further integration with the municipal app that we're trying to develop, and if that's a place that we could also be disseminating more of this information and maybe even getting some more metrics going forward. So we're trying to streamline some of that process. Is that something that staff has discussed or is talking about?
So when the app first, the discussions around the app first came about, I was speaking quite frequently with our communications manager on how to integrate. So our events calendar that we operate is the events calendar that can be accessed through the app. You bring up an excellent point about metrics, though. We didn't have conversations about metrics tracking through that app to see if people are visiting our tourism website through that app or events calendar through that app. But once we have the communications manager position filled, I can work with them on getting those metrics. And thanks for bringing that up, because I think that's an excellent point.
Thank you.
And the last speaker I have is Councillor Smith.
Just wondering how some of the departments work together. So it seems like there's a little bit of duplication going on between business or economic development and tourism. So like you're sharing and promoting some of the same businesses. I'm just wondering if you work together or can see any opportunities to share some of that work or prevent duplication? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, certainly. So I think there is duplication with our social media channels because the Economic Development Department has a social media page, and we have a social media page like solely for tourism marketing. So I would say there is some duplication there, and we could do a better job at maybe ensuring that we're sharing different things. But we've kind of had those conversations, and they're essentially trying to share any business and economic development related information, and we focus solely on tourism. For our business directory, so if I create a business listing, say there's a new business in the area, I'm able to create the listing and then check off so it populates to the economic development website as well. We keep all tourism businesses on our website, and economic development has a more expansive directory. It's not just tourism related businesses, it's other businesses as well. So although it appears there's like a duplication of listings, we're only creating it once internally, and I do work closely with economic development in regards to ensuring that they're aware when we add a business listing, because they also track all the businesses in our municipality. So, but I agree with your point on the social media. There is some duplication in some of that marketing.
That concludes the list of speakers that we have almost. Mayor Ellsworth.
I kind of opened it up to say that I think council needs to think about where we want tourism to be as we go forward. And I'm not sure where we do that, where we can bring that back. Because I think the report we've heard generates some thoughts about questions about what we should be doing, and moving out of a bricks and mortar to a mobile is, I recognize, is only one part of it, but the growth in the social media piece and the opportunity that presents for longer term planning through the winter months when people are planning for their spring and summer and fall holidays, and yet that's not where our people are. So I just, there's so many questions around what we should be doing here. I just, maybe I throw it to Tom to just respond and say, well, what should we look at here in terms of, maybe not in the next couple of months, but as we go forward?
So thank you, Mayor. I think that there's a couple of different options. We could do it at policy and strategy and just have a lighter agenda and schedule for a multi-hour discussion. Or we could approach it like we've approached the MPS and the LUB and set a discussion meeting with one topic. Schedule for 2 or 3 hours, provide some staff information in advance for council members to read, and then when they attend, just have a rather free-flowing discussion, highlighting many of the points that were made here today. And then from that, staff can review the information, take a subsequent report back to policy and strategy, and try to narrow down or refine what council's goal is. I think you should set the goal first. And then how do we go about achieving that goal? What partners do we approach to help us achieve that goal? Certainly, we can look at the town of Bridgewater is still in the process of redefining how it approaches tourism. And so the towns of Lunenburg and Mahone Bay, they have their own visitor information centers. In 2022, when we looked at this, one of the statistics that came out of the brick and mortar VIC was the high percentage of people that were attending the Blockhouse VIC to ask about the town of Lunenburg. And second was the town of Mahone Bay. So we know that they're drawing their own tourists likely to their own VICs. I have reached out to both CAOs to see if they track their numbers. But we could certainly look for their information, discussions with them on how we can best support them. But I think the discussion session might be the best use of our time. But I would suggest that would be after budget.
If I might, I think that, I appreciate those suggestions, and I think we've asked for this report, but I'd also like to be able to ask staff sort of, what do you think we should? Like, based on your experience and what you're seeing, like with a new strategy, if there's a new strategy coming from the province, working with the co-op, like what are the values, what's the value that we could maybe leverage more from those entities than what we are doing now, and recognizing that tourism has evolved dramatically over the last couple of years. So I just think these questions are important, and I think a discussion time would be based with this report, and I think that would be very helpful. And Councillor Brooks is.
Councillor Brooks?
Yes, I just want to support what the mayor said, and also hope that we have that conversation. I understand that prior to my time joining the council, tourism was part of economic development, and I frankly think that tourism is one of the strongest levers that we have as a municipality to encourage economic development. So I've been puzzled since I began that it's separate from economic development. I know that we're not allowed to, due to the MGA, have financial support, but I'm puzzled to think that we would have a tourism department that didn't have as its goal metrics of economic development. Otherwise, it's a concept of bringing people to the community with a constant net loss if the goal is not economic development. So my hope going forward is that we're going to have a real serious conversation about this. We're going to end some of the duplication that we've got. We'll streamline the process. And apart from, all of the benefits and wonderful things that our community and visiting members will experience, that we can say at the end of it that we have stimulated economic development through these assets that the mayor has highlighted, that we have this incredible place. But to keep it separate is so puzzling to me, and I hope we will really look at this with clear eyes going forward. Thank you.
Thank you again, Ruth, for coming forward with this today. We're going to take a brief 10-minute recess, and when we return, we'll have our second presentation brought forward. Thank you. Welcome back. Continuing along in our agenda, we're going to move to our second presentation, and it is regarding the community working forest easements. And we have presenters here, and I'll allow yourself to introduce yourself to us today.
Just 1 second, sorry, I've just got to get my notes up. Yeah, I'll just leave it. All right. Yeah. Thank you for having me. My name is Mary Jane Roger. I'm the Executive Director of the Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust. I also serve as the Executive Director of the Medway Community Forest Cooperative, which is a Crown land licensee that's based in North Queens. Today, I'm going to be talking exclusively about community working forest easements and the potential for land conservation of working forests on private lands in Lunenburg County. I'm also a modal resident. I'm from Baker Settlement, so happy to present to my local council today. Along with me, I have Jenica Hunsinger, who is our stewardship forester, and she'll be taking the second half of the presentation and talking a bit more about our programs and easements specifically. First, I'm just going to start with highlighting some of the threats to Lunenburg County's forests. So we see a lot of impacts on private lands that a lot of the provincial regulations just simply don't address, particularly impacts from liquidation logging and clear cutting. So it was stated in the Leahy report or the Forest Practices Review that nearly 90% of all forest harvesting on private land was clear cuts. So this really impacts the structure of our forests, contributes to forest simplification, which can then exacerbate impacts from climate change. So for climate change, we're of course looking at threats associated with fire, drought, flooding, that can really have a huge impact on biodiversity and our natural ecology. In Lunenburg County in particular, in Modal, we see a lot of subdivision and development adjacent to lakes and our water bodies. This can have significant impacts on the areas that are most biodiverse in our region. And then we also see invasive species. So one invasive species that's significantly impacting Lunenburg now is the hemlock woolly adelgid. And part of the work that we do is to try and address HWA primarily through insecticide treatment program that we do in partnership with the Medway Community Forest. So next I'll just talk a little bit, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with private woodlot ownership, maybe you're private woodlot owners yourselves, but just to kind of make a little bit of a generalization on what does an average woodland steward look like in Nova Scotia? And you'll hear me referring to woodland stewards instead of owners. This is something a way we've defined it as showcasing the fact that we're stewards of the forest and not necessarily encompassing ownership throughout time. So 70% of Nova Scotia's forests are privately owned, which represents over 30,000 land stewards. Most of these land stewards are over the age of 60, and they often don't have robust succession planning. So maybe they have a will, maybe they know the property will go to their sons or daughters, but maybe they live in Halifax. They're not necessarily interested in taking that step to really steward that woodland. Often they're asset rich and cash poor, and the woodlot is seen as an economic investment. And then a lot of them face barriers regarding capital gains, so they can face significant tax penalties if they transfer their woodlots or sell them outside their direct family. So what exactly do we do at the Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust? We were built from a partnership of woodland stewards, conservation organization, and we fill an important niche within the private land stewardship community. We envision a healthy, resilient, forested landscape across Nova Scotia through a network of land stewards with a shared commitment to long-term stewardship. We're a not-for-profit society and governed by a board of directors that's comprised of land stewards, forest and conservation professionals, and members of the public. our approach is very much community-focused. Our easements really aim to build natural resilience to climate change and long-term rural economic assets. So when I say, we're not clear-cutting, that doesn't mean we're not doing forestry. We're just really focusing on those best practices and what's known as ecological forestry. So those forestry practices that are mimicking what would naturally occur on the landscape. We also aim to promote public access and recreation on private lands and promote ecosystem services like watershed health and species at risk habitat. We also aim to break these exploitive cycles that's also seen in industrial forestry, but without abandoning rural communities. So there are many benefits of our program, and particularly signing an easement with us. So really, we provide this long-term peace of mind for woodland owners who have tended their forests for generations, and that they want to see long-term stewardship and monitoring on their property after their time. We provide advice from forest professionals. So I'm a registered professional forester, as is Jenica, and then we have other RPFs on our staff as well. We provide an option for landowners to retain stewardship. So Jenica is going to touch on a little bit later about what conservation easements do. We're not a solely conservation organization. We do aim to focus on having a human aspects in the stewardship of the land. And then we also really emphasize that fact that the landowner continues to own the land, that it's not us taking over that ownership role. And then we just, in general, kind of our easement and our stewardship plan provides an additional regulatory mechanism that otherwise wouldn't exist on private land and that can help promote a high value of stewardship and responsibility. I'm going to pass it over to Jenica next.
Great. Hi, everyone. Nice to join and share about our organization and what we've been working on. Can everyone hear okay? I'm taller than Mary Jane. Okay, we should be good. I just moved to Lunenburg, the town of Lunenburg, last fall, so it's great to be here. I was a Queens County resident before, but in the town of Lunenburg now. I'm going to dive into a bit of the details as to how we do some of these things that Mary Jane has spoke about, how we support private woodland stewards and the mechanisms behind it. So you're probably most familiar with conservation easements, thinking of the Nature Trust, the Nature Conservancy of Canada. Those easements prioritize preserving natural resources with minimal human intervention, and it restricts commercial activity. It's keeping nature forever wild is the goal. And so that often means that properties where there is a home or a residence, that land wouldn't be qualifying for a conservation easement, or any lands where there's agriculture done. So we are utilizing a different legislation called the Community Easements Act. And this allows for us to blend together conservation aspects as well as allowing folks to continue to live on the property, and they may still have some agricultural practices as well or do Christmas tree farming. So this is a really unique opportunity to come together. I'm going to flip to the next one here, which will kind of demonstrate what some of our easements look like. So each easement is really customizable. Our goal is to work with the current landowners or stewards to document and protect their values and their legacy of the property that they've owned for their lifetime and potentially through their family history. A lot of the folks that we chat with may be 5-6 generation family owners. So they're the experts of the property, and we are there to learn and listen from them and help capture the work that they're already doing. And our purpose is really that transition mechanism. So when the kids inherit the land or when the land is sold, when the current owners pass away, that the inheritors or the purchasers of the property down the line continue building that forest legacy. And we don't see that liquidation and the end of a long cycle of biodiversity management, ecosystem management, economic resiliency. There's a lot of benefits that come from our forests. And our goal is to make sure that those are there for generations to come. So we have various zones that can help capture various values within the property. So a lot of our easements today, there's a homeowner and they have their home in the property. And so we can zone out and there aren't restrictions in that residential agricultural zone. Business as usual, they can build a pool, do anything they want in that area. In the working forest zone, it's tied to a certified forest management plan that our staff create or update if they already have one. On a 10-year cycle, our staff take that on. And that's thinking of climate adaptive forestry, that's doing thinning and silviculture work, and some of the best management practices for considering species at risk and buffering out riparian zones, a diversity of values in the working forest zone. But we also include a conservation zone, and that's where things like our old growth hemlock forests fall into. So we do have some properties in this area with old growth, mature hemlock forests that are extremely valuable, over 200 years old, and at risk of declining imminently. So I will touch a bit more on the different programs we're working with, but our conservation program, those hemlock forests can go in the conservation zone, and then we have some funding available to treat the hemlock to ensure that they can remain on the landscape through HWA. As well as those conservation zones, we are working towards going through the process of having them support the protected area targets to contribute to some of the conservation goals provincially and federally. So we have two main programs right now, and this is what eligibility looks like for woodland stewards. Our carbon program, it's called a carbon program because we are utilizing funding to preserve the easements and to supply funding for the endowment through a voluntary carbon offset program. But we're not going to dive into the details of the carbon offset program here because it would take me all day, maybe, or at least more than 15 minutes. But easements that are going into the carbon program are properties that are greater than 200 acres, and 50% of that area is mature or over 60 years or 14 meters tall. We have a few different ways to classify that. And they can be in a managed or natural state, so they can be in that working forest zone or conservation zone. And we've included a cluster policy so that if there are smaller properties within 20 kilometers of an existing easement that we have, and we can include some of those smaller properties as well. As we are a newer organization, we've really only been around for the last few years, so this is our current eligibility, and down the line as we grow, some of these eligibility numbers may end up changing, and we may be able to support more smaller landowners as well. And then you see our hemlock program is for properties that are greater than 100 acres, the same comprised of 50% or more natural mature forest, and that there are at least 50 acres of hemlock. And that's for the purpose of protecting mature forest, more mature hemlock from HWA. And I'm sure we're pretty familiar with hemlock woolly adelgid in Lunenburg County and some of the efforts that are being made to protect riparian environments, particularly in our county. Lunenburg County is so much private land and a really key area for protecting hemlock. So we're here to share with you because we hope that we can partner more and that you can help engage citizens in our community to participate if it's something that may suit them. This is where we are working now. All the pink little droplets are for our hemlock program. And you can see that is mostly around the region we are working, where we are now. The green dots are spread around for our carbon program, and then we have one single yellow triangle, which is a property that the Land Trust just purchased at the end of 2025 in Pleasant River area, which is on the border of Queens and Lunenburg. So it's a 500-acre property there that will serve as a demonstration forest and potentially build upon recreation opportunities for camping and trails and mountain biking and some of the themes we were hearing in our last presentation. So here today, there are huge opportunities for partnerships with municipalities, and we do a lot of community conversations, and we get out and we have social media and we have newsletters, and we do a lot of spreading the word through communities, and it's very important to hear about ways we can partner with municipalities as well. So we wanted to share what mechanisms we have available and how we may be able to support some of the work that you're doing. We had learned about the conservation strategy that's underway, and we feel we could be really effective partners. So we wanted to present here today to inform folks about the work that we're doing. There is a huge opportunity for us to help influence the management in areas that are ineligible for traditional conservation. We hear from a lot of folks who are really concerned about what may happen to their land after their time, that they get turned away from the Nature Trust or the Nature Conservancy due to the size or scale of the land they have. Those organizations often require, really unique, really special, untouched lands where there's species at risk present. But that's not to say that other areas, they're not worth saving or protecting or having support for. So that's sort of where we come in. And our goal is to provide a regulatory mechanism to help protect municipal lands or watersheds, to provide a shared capacity and forestry expertise, and to encourage public access, communal stewardship, and demonstration of sustainable and best practices in our forests. And we are working hard to provide private lands to support so that the private lands can contribute as conservation zones to be recognized as OECMs or other effective conservation areas as a project that we are working on as well. So that's our presentation. We seem to be on 15 minutes, which is great, but there's lots of room for questions.
Thank you very much. It's always great when you're conscious of the time. But we will definitely open it up the floor for questions. And up first, we have Councillor Brooks, and he is attending on Teams. So you'll hear him from the speakers.
I just wanted to say thank you very much for this presentation. I think that what you guys are doing is incredibly valuable. Anybody working with forests are often having to be, thinking about the future as much as about what we've done in the past. I'm curious, a couple of things. Are you doing province-wide species mapping? You mentioned hemlocks. I know that, our woods are primarily comprised of spruce and pine, which are faster growing softwoods. You did mention that our municipality has some of the last remaining old growth in the entire province. There are stands out on First Peninsula of beautiful yellow birch, and I'm wondering if, as you do your work, are you prioritizing some of these stands of hardwood over the softwood? That's just a question I've often wondered.
I wouldn't say exactly prioritizing specific species. I think the eligibility requirement focuses there on maturity. So it is a voluntary process as well. So folks who have valuable, diverse, healthy woodlands would come forward and request some support via an easement. We're not exactly seeking out specific hemlock, although we do have a sugar bush project, which is focusing on protecting mature sugar maples. So it's a good point, because when we think about climate resiliency, there are certain species that are likely to do better under climate change. So those are things that we consider when we do our management plan as to how resilient a forest is and how we can steward it going forward to ensure it will be healthy in the long term.
I'll just add that we do have an internal prioritization process. We have our own mapping tool that we've developed that ranks properties according to their conservation values that we've modeled specifically that kind of meet our criteria or our eligibility for our programs. So that often informs some of the mail-outs that we do in particular. Like we do often do regional mail-outs, like we're doing one right now in the Chignecto Isthmus to try and promote conservation there. So it's sometimes a challenge to get a hold of landowners people are very skeptical of cold calling these days, rightfully so. So that traditional mail is kind of like the best way to reach landowners, and they're often not on social media as well. So it definitely presents its challenges. Yeah.
Thanks. If I can just follow up quickly. Yes, for us, I think as a municipality, having some sort of sense of perhaps where those trees may exist, and perhaps highlighting some of the prioritization. I'd be curious about that because it might be helpful for us as a communication piece to our constituents. I understand that, we've put quite a focus on conservation, and it's important to me that we're, conserving things that are frankly going to take a lot longer to grow and have a higher value with regards to climate resilience. Spruce and pine, we've got a lot of them, and I want to know that our conservation dollars are really, laser focused on things that once we lose them, it's really, really difficult to ever see those trees again. So thank you for your work. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. I'll just add, there is a stat on how important hemlock forests are in Lunenburg County that we developed from a report in partnership with Nova Scotia Environment, and 10% of all of the old growth hemlock is in Lunenburg County of the entire province, and then 90% of that is on private lands. So it's a huge contribution to the old growth forests in Nova Scotia wide. Yeah.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, that segues well with my question around hemlock. I think when you presented up in Parkdale Maplewood, or maybe through some other channels, your hemlock program was oversubscribed at that point. Like, you rely on funding to do the treatment on those easements. And I'm just wondering where you're at as far as that goes, and where does that funding come from? And is it sufficient? And, what are we looking at realistically? And maybe if I could just slide in another question. I didn't know that Christmas tree farms could be part of this, and I'd love to hear more about that, especially because they're basically a monoculture. So I'm just interested in how that works.
Yeah, so for the hemlock program, it's a bit of a convoluted process. We're a further recipient of funding that originally stems from the federal government, from their Nature Smart Climate Solutions Fund. That the application was put forward by the provincial government, and then we're a further recipient of the funds from the provincial government. So the provincial government does provide match. There is some favorable conversations happening between the province and the feds regarding the extension of the program until 2030. So we're optimistic that it will continue. But other than that, we are kind of within some very specific parameters for that program that, there could be greater opportunities if we had more match funding. And we're pursuing, we're always pursuing funding in the NGO world, but definitely pursuing funding specifically for hemlock. It is a challenge a little bit to sell the program to funders because it involves insecticides. But I think the adaptive management approach that we're taking that involves, both adaptive silviculture to diversify forests, application of insecticides, and hopefully down the line, application of biological control methods as well. Do you want to talk to Christmas trees?
Yeah. Yep. So when we think back to the zones I presented, there's the 3, and Christmas tree farming falls under agriculture. So it goes into the agricultural or residential zone. So for the perspective of conservation, we don't put, we have agreed practices for what you can and cannot do within the forest zone for conservation and working forest. But in the agriculture, that's not our expertise. So they continue to be able to do Christmas tree farming within the easement, but there isn't limitations to what they can and cannot do in terms of that. A Christmas tree farm could be converted into a more natural, diverse forest and then join the working forest part of the easement if that was of interest to the landowner. But that's sort of where it falls into the easement. Does that make sense?
Councillor Reinhardt.
Thanks for the presentation. I didn't know a lot about the organization before, so I really appreciate having this information. I would like it if you could give some more explanation and examples of what can happen on the working forest easement, like what kind of work is allowed under that.
So specifically, we say ecological forestry as like the broad application. What that typically looks like, in, you know, without going too technical, is forestry partial harvests that are less than about 35% removal of the trees. So that's kind of from the literature, from the scientific community, that is kind of like the baseline of what typically would be the natural disturbance kind of cycles within Nova Scotia. So along with that forestry aspect, there's, you know, things like pre-commercial thinning, commercial thinning, selection management, shelterwood harvesting. You know, those are kind of like the technical terms us foresters use, but a lot of them are already kind of qualifying under the existing funding programs that are available for private landowners. So that's primarily through the Association for Sustainable Forestry. Within the working forest zone, we also allow like collection of aggregate materials for non-commercial uses within designated areas, certain road building that was outlined within the forest stewardship plan. Of course, recreation is welcome, as well as operation of like small cabins or dwellings within, you know, certain parameters and limitations of numbers of cabins, but in order to promote other access and benefits and values within the property. So like recreation, ecotourism, that type of thing.
Any further questions or comments for the presenters? Okay. I'm not seeing any, so thank you again for coming in today and teaching and allowing us to learn a little bit more about the organization.
Thank you so much. And we'll leave some information packages with the staff at the front, as well as some rack cards if anyone wants to take a further look.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we have one other item under Recreation, Parks and Tourism, and that is the Park Evaluation Criteria Staff Report. And we have Trudy Payne, our Director of Recreation, Parks and Tourism, and I think also Moira, tech support only, before Trudy takes over.
All right, good day, Deputy Mayor, Mayor, and Council. Today, as you're well aware, we'll be presenting on a proposed park evaluation criteria framework for your consideration today. With a number of our parks aging and requiring upgrades, Council did direct staff to bring forth evaluation criteria that would aid Council in making decisions when investing in parks in the future. So that's what I'll be proposing today. So really the purpose of today is to present that park evaluation criteria and framework and really just open the floor for discussion. Doesn't mean to say this might be the final. I know that there's a recommendation being brought forth in the report, but the reason why it's coming to policy and strategy is so that we can have that robust discussion. And if we need to go back and tweak or completely change the course, we take our direction from you and hopefully we'll have some good discussion. So questions to consider, and I did go and circulate these questions around your table. So if you can just be thinking and maybe writing on the paper.
thinking about these questions, is there any evaluation criteria that's missing, any evaluation criteria that you cannot live with and you think that we should absolutely remove, one that we should replace it with? Should some criteria have more weight than others? I will be presenting the criteria with no weighted system at this point in time, but that is something that it can be directed to staff to look at putting a weighted system if that's what council wants. Does the definition that we're presenting today need to be revised? And are there other questions that I didn't pose on this, questions that you would like for us to consider, so to that framework that you want to raise later in the presentation? Because these are ones we've thought of, but there might be other questions that come up, and hopefully the framework will spark some of those additional questions. So before I get specifically into the 12 parks criteria, proposed parks criteria, I thought it might be helpful in just quickly outlining the development of the municipal park system in the District of Lunenburg, just to give that little bit of background. So I did, for many of you, you might recall who the very first Director of Recreation was. So it's Carol Randall. And so I called him because I didn't go back and look at research, but I knew that his knowledge would be invaluable and he would know. So he informed me that the first recreation department that was established in the District of Lunenburg was in 1977. So we're really in the recreation and parks business as a municipal service since 1977. And he informed me that the first park that was in the municipality's park system was indeed the Mark in Dayspring. So really, you know, looking at the late 70s, 80s, that's when we got in the business of recreation and parks. And then fast forward to basically 2001, and that is when the municipality undertook an extensive public consultation process that resulted in the Open Space Strategic Plan. And the original Open Space Strategic Plan had 26 priorities that residents identified when it came to the acquisition and development of existing and future municipal land. So I really underlined that the focus of that time was around the acquisition and development. Because as I had stated in the early 80s, the Mark was the only park in our system. So then again, fast forward to 2010, where the Open Space Strategic Plan was updated, and this was an internal update. This was done in consultation with council and staff. There wasn't a public consultation at that time, and then that resulted in 21 priorities being identified. And it really has been, and at that time in 2010, the focus was still remaining on the development and acquisition and creation of our park system. So the implementation of the Open Space Strategic Plan, along with some of the policy statements that's been present in that document, has really resulted in additional parks, sport fields, trails, and conservation areas that make up our current park system today. So then came 2020, and we all know what happened in 2020. That's when COVID hit, and we were all encouraged to stay inside, but also were encouraged to go out and maybe walk local trails or go to local parks. And so the focus really became on parks in 2020. And since 2020, council has really focused on upgrading and bringing to certain standards our parks that are in our current system. And since 2020, since that focus, there's been a number of initiatives that have been undertaken by the municipality. One was the adoption of the Parks and Open Space Standards document. Marta would have presented that, I believe, in 2023, and it was adopted. This was a direction that was outlined in the Open Space Strategic Plan to develop standards. And then in 2023, in the summer of 2023, we also conducted a park survey, which gave us helpful information of what parks people were using, why they visited them, gave us feedback on the amenities that were at each park. And in 2024, we had EXP, it was a consulting firm that we had hired to conduct accessibility audits on 5 of our parks, and that was presented and accepted in 2024. And so then that leads us to today's presentation, talking about the parks evaluation criteria framework. So one of the other documents that I wanted to reference is that since 2020, the municipality or council has really directed staff to focus on the current parks in our current system and not look at developing new parks. And this was recently reinforced in the What We Heard report for municipal-wide planning. It did state as one of the themes that residents also want MODL to focus on maintaining the existing public spaces, including parks, as opposed to acquiring new ones. And that would be a recent public engagement sessions that you are all well aware of around the municipal planning. So to further aid in decision-making when it comes to investing in parks in 2026, in 2025, Council directed staff to develop this evaluation criteria framework, which I will get into now. So I will be presenting 12 proposed evaluation criteria for Council's consideration, with all 12, in our opinion, helping to make decisions about existing parks, and in particular the last 5 that we'll present that we feel could be used specifically to help make decisions in investing in new parks. So the first, and I will state that I did do a bit of research. I believe in my report, to make reference to 2 particular pieces of research or documents that I found in my research that really help guide this framework. So the first criteria for Council's consideration is safety. And that really refers to the risk and liability factors when assessing the safety of amenities and assets in our park system. So you'll see an example of an old park bench. Council has been eventually changing some of those park bench to more modernized, easy or maintained park benches, and so it was identified as a safety issue. Another, I guess, example that comes to mind is during the course of looking at getting engineering plans and moving forward with Sawpit Wharf. We had a wharf assessment conducted by a firm who identified a number of safety hazards. And so that was brought forth to council, and really based on this criteria alone, the decision was made to immediately close the wharf. And council has subsequently made the decision to proceed with replacing a wharf that will serve the needs of today. But that was really that main criterion that drove that. So the second proposed criteria is, physical condition, and this is a little different than safety, and that is really what are the physical conditions of the park amenities, which might impact the maintenance that has to happen. So if there's more maintenance, there could be more costs. What's the age of some of the amenities? A good example would be the age of the playground at the Mark. It had been there for a long period of time and needing to be replaced, degradation, and the wear and tear that amenities, park amenities, just endure over time from people's use, which is, of course, what we want them to do, and the exposure to some environmental elements. And again, often more modern playgrounds is what comes to mind. Sometimes the sun exposes on some of those equipment and can cause physical breakdown in those amenities. So again, when you're looking at physical condition, you're asking yourself questions like, is the park well maintained? Are the park amenities in good condition? So again, another criteria to assess whether to invest in a park or not. The third proposed criteria is welcoming and safe, and this is different than safety because it's really about whether you as an individual or people in your community feel that the park is welcoming and it's a safe place to go to. So it doesn't exclude the safety of the amenities, but it's more about that feeling. That's how I would describe it. So it is about the inclusive and being well maintained and providing that public space that is accessible to everyone. So it is designed to manage and minimize hazards, but it's also around reducing crime. So if I don't feel safe because I think there's a lot of crime or criminal activity, I'm not likely going to go to that space. So it's the absence of danger. But, if I do think it's welcoming and safe, I'm feeling that I belong there, I'm very comfortable, and I have positive engagement when I'm there, either with nature or with other people that are in the park. accessible, and this is based on the legislation, almost like a non-negotiable, in my mind, criteria. So accessibility is where people of all ages and abilities can enter, navigate, and use the park without challenge. And accessibility supports diverse needs and capabilities. So I would like to emphasize that when we think about accessibility, we automatically go to like the built environment, and that is certainly one piece. But when we think about accessibility to our parks, we often have to think about our signage. Like there's a wide variety of people that have challenges to use our park that is more than just around the built environment. So universal design principles are used to help eliminate barriers, and so upgrades, renovations, and new builds must adhere to the provincial accessibility standards and legislation, and that is, we need to be adhering now, but come April 2026, this is when the built environment standards come into play. So again, some questions that we can ask around this particular criteria to help assess whether we should be making investments in a park is, can people of all ages and ability get around the park? Do people know about the facility? So again, different type of accessibility than built environment. And are we following the provincial accessibility standards? And then positive user experience. And I often think when I was sitting with EXP in the room discussing the accessibility audits, and Ellen who is our accessibility coordinator, was in the room, and she spoke quite eloquently about the positive user experience. And she really challenged us to, when we were doing the park accessibilities, is think about why somebody is going to a park or going to a space. And Hurdles Beach is an easy one to use, I think. You know, people are often going to Hurdles Beach because of that beach experience, the ocean experience. So how can you make that positive user experience come through when people are visiting Hurdles Beach? So it's really that holistic and satisfying interaction with the space that offers people often not just physical, but mental, social, and emotional benefits. You know, I often go to an outdoor space, particularly if I have a rough day, because it helps you like with that mental state. So they serve not just the space of being there physically and maybe sliding down a slide if there's a playground there. You know, they bring so much more, and that positive user experience brings that. So again, the questions that we can ask is, does the park provide a diverse range of amenities and activities? Because if there's really nothing there in a park for people to do, they're not probably going to get that positive user experience. They're probably not going to go. Is the park comfortable to spend time in? Does it reflect the community they serve? And you'll see that some of these questions might get repeated throughout criteria, and that's fine sometimes when they overlap. I think it just speaks to the strength of the criteria. And I should have been using some examples of positive user experiences, but or of the other criteria. But I look at Indian Falls Park, and what we recognize when we identified, using one of the other criteria, that the wooden steps was a safety concern, and whether to replace those steps or not. It was decided yes, partly because it was a safer way for people to get down to the river, but also because it was part of the positive user experience of people. They had been used to going to Indian Falls and wanting that. So, those things come into play. And now we're further expanding the services at Indian Falls, such as developing accessible trails, also improving the look-off, the picnic area, and washroom facilities. So again, probably will tick a number of those criteria, but will likely make for a more positive user experience when people are going to an already well-used park, I might add. I think they were already getting a few positive experiences when they were going to that particular park. And then environmental impact and sustainability. This is really about managing the parks in a way that preserves the natural ecosystem, supports biodiversity, and minimizes negative impact while ensuring the ability to enjoy them for future generations. And So I look at, some examples when I think about the environmental impact and sustainability. Cape Lahave Island immediately comes to mind. People are still able to go and enjoy that space, but we were really conscious around the environmental impact and sustainability. Same with Sawpit Wharf. When we ask the consultant to design that, to think about more climate resiliency, so that comes in as well. And then I think about Miller Point Peace Park and about the environmental impact and how it could change the user experience at Miller Point if we do lose all the hemlock, because we do know that we have the woolly adelgid very much present at Miller Point, and I know that our planning staff is definitely working on that project. But, those are things that we need to think about as one of the criteria when we're looking at current parks or even looking at developing new parks. What we're doing, does the park protect or enhance those natural areas, water quality, or biodiversity? Again, an example that I can come up with in my head when we were doing the park accessibility audits, we're looking at Hurdles Beach, and from an accessibility point of view, it probably makes sense to move the washrooms closer to the beach because that positive user experience. But from an environmental impact and sustainability point of view, it doesn't make sense to move it closer because of the storm surges. And then you would have an environmental impact. So this is looking at these criteria, not necessarily in its silos, sometimes you can, but it's really looking at the criteria and how they interconnect, and that although it might make sense from an accessibility point of view to do this, the environmental impact and sustainability of doing that outweighs it. So those are just some examples. And then adaptability. And thinking about financial investments and things like that, that is why I included adaptability as possibly one of the criteria for council to consider, and that is really looking at, can a park adjust to changing environmental conditions, community needs, and long-term use? So you often will see folks investing in multi-purpose courts, not just single-use courts, because it's much more adaptable, having much more activity to be able to use at that. One example that comes very relevant to us is we've intentionally at the Mark have not anchored down all of the picnic tables because of the types of different programs and different activities that happen there. From our own programming needs, sometimes we want to move those around because it makes, but from people utilizing that space, it also makes sense. So by just something simple like that makes the space be much more adaptable, also probably creates more positive user experience, and may help address other needs such as accessibility. And the next 5 criteria, specific, when we were looking at this, conscious of having parks in our current system, but also conscious that council might be looking at expanding that park system at some point in time. These criteria, I felt that were more specific, not more specific, but that lens could be used if you're looking at investing in a new park or developing a new park, but also could be used in the current park system or in the park criteria framework. So park equity is the fair and just distribution of quality parks and green spaces to ensure all communities have access to parks. It is really about providing the appropriate level of investment. So one park might need more financial than the other, but from an equity point of view, you're providing what is needed in the space based on the community, based on the need. It's not simply giving everyone the same amount. So that's equality. So we're talking park equity. So if I go to my park standards, our park standards document, we likely don't need regional parks in every part of the district. You might have a regional park in one district in a neighborhood, but that's equity as long as you're meeting the needs. That's the best way that I can describe that. it is really about expanding park access and recreational equipment and opportunities for all people, all races, incomes, and abilities. So the diagram kind of in the corner shows about, park equity. And then I think this is, and we often do ask this a question, and hence why it's being brought forth as a proposed criteria, is does it align with our strategic plans? And we have a number of strategic plans that could impact council's decision on whether to invest in a park or not. And that's our Parks and Open Space Standards Guidelines that was just recently adopted in 2023, and it really has set what the minimum standard is for each one of our parks, whether it be a regional park right down to a parkette. We have an accessibility plan, and of course we have also legislation that's helping guide that. We have an active transportation plan, our open space and climate action plan that helps feed into that, and probably more that I am forgetting about. Council also has a number of strategic priorities, which is investing in infrastructure. So upgrading what we own before investing in new. Quality of life, improving communications, community fabric, and regional economic development. So when we're looking at investing in parks, are we meeting our own strategic priorities? And are we connecting with our residents and users to ensure that our plans are reflective of current day? And I say that, I often say that our open space strategic plan was adopted in 2002, and that had extensive community consultation at the time. It was updated in 2010 internally. Now we go to 2026, like that's 15 to 16 years. As we know, communities change, do things change? So the question is, like, how often should we be reviewing and making sure that those are updated based on our communities' needs? And then community support and engagement. Definitely this council has made it a priority around ensuring that there is community engagement and getting feedback, helping to guide decisions of council. So really, the definition that we put in the criteria is an active collaborative process where residents help plan, design, and manage local green spaces. So we do have a number of examples where we manage it, but we also have a number of examples where community manages our space on our behalf. And a good example that comes to mind is the Petite Riviere Community Park. That was a number of residents who saw a piece of property that was not in the best state, I'll put it that way, but very visible in their community. And they approached council to acquire that piece of property on the basis that they would work very hard to develop the plan, develop the park, and then manage. And that's, to me, that partnership has gone beautifully because we engage on time to time, but they are really managing that space. So I think we have a good hybrid, I guess is what I'm trying to say, of the municipality managing, but us also reaching out to community to manage those spaces and getting input from them to help determine what they want in the spaces. So an example of that would be our Saw Pit Wharf, where we're seeing $4 million invested in that park. There was a good community engagement process. I've already used the Petite Riviere. River Ridge Common was, again, a very good example where it was community driven at the beginning, but being such a big space, managed by the municipality. And our most recent is the Riverport and Area Park, where the community has identified the former school and wanting to develop that into a park. And they, too, did extensive community engagement and are really driving the development with support from the municipality, both from a human resource support and financial support. And then financial considerations, we'd be remiss not to have suggested this as a criteria, and Elena probably wouldn't have been very happy with me if I didn't include this as part of the criteria. So we always have to think about the financial considerations around can we afford it. I also have can we afford not to invest, because there could be other costs other than financial. But it does come down, quite often to that. So it's really weighing the benefits to the community to the cost involved. Considering things like life cycle costs, sometimes, you put something cheaper in, but it's more expensive to maintain, and then you have to replace it. So those are things, and do we have partners? So do we have provincial, municipal, other municipal, federal funding partners, or partnerships like the Riverport partnership? And does it reflect the population and demographics? So does the park reflect who lives near the park or within that geographic area? Does it reflects what they want, what they need? If people in the community are going to a park in their community, some questions need to be asked. Well, why isn't that happening? So you'll see that circle. There's a number of questions. So that's why this was put as a proposed criteria, and particularly reflecting whether you need to put upgrades into a park or develop a new park. So that's the evaluation criteria. There's 12. I'm not going over this again. But in a nutshell on that slide, those are the 12 proposed criteria for council to consider. What we have done as staff is, and I know this is hard to read on the screen, but it was part of the package, and I'm not going to go over each and every one of them because I just did that in the presentation and outlined the definitions. But the criteria is really about putting the 12, having the definition right there in the front, so whoever's doing the evaluation of a particular park or space or a new proposed park, you have these criteria. And then there's some prompting questions, and they're not the end-all to be-all questions, but they're really to help guide council and staff and anybody else involved in this process around asking some of the right questions so that you can evaluate. And as I had said earlier, I didn't put any weighting criteria, that I'd be waiting for guidance from council. I do think that these questions do prompt and would give a clear picture of where each park is, and whether in the maintenance mode or what do you need to do to meet standards. Is it meeting the demographics? All of those questions. So it would give you that picture. And again, not all of the questions are necessarily there. There might be some other questions, is the park even in our municipality, for example? Should we be investing in that? So I do not have that on there now, but that could be. So there's likely other questions that we haven't posed, and so this is really the framework. And I would say that it's a working document. It's not something that, you can't tweak and change, and once you use it, and if it's not getting you what you need, then you go back and you revisit it. And it really is meant to bring that objective view of where to invest and where the priorities might be based on safety and things of that nature. So I'm going to flip just through those. So that, I probably didn't seem quickly to you, but it seemed quickly to me in a very snapshot of the proposed 12 criteria and the framework. And so the recommendations is moving forward, and we do have a motion, but we can wait that for the end. In a lot of the research that I had conducted, it was when you're upgrading or adding parks or doing a project, and I'm going to number 2 first, is to really look at investing in one larger project and then a couple of smaller projects each fiscal year, just from a financial management perspective. And so that the focus doesn't necessarily, and I'll use the regional parks because they're they are our bigger parks and tends to be like the bigger investments. And I think we've been doing that quite well in our capital planning, like investing in some bigger projects, keeping in mind some smaller projects. So just from a staff's perspective and I guess a park equity perspective and dispersing resources, that's just a recommendation that's coming from staff. Another recommendation is really to continue prioritizing, updating existing parks to bring to those minimum standards before creating new ones. And we do have this caveat, so it's almost like talking out of two sides of but while balancing the need for any potential new parks. And the reason staff has put that recommendation and has worded it that way is that communities change, as we know. And so if there is a community, if there suddenly becomes a community that wasn't really there before and there's no park, then we might want to think about that, because that aids to a livable community. And as we know, parks do contribute to the quality of life. It's one of the things, and I didn't mention it earlier in my presentation, but when I was reviewing the open space strategic plan, I found it very interesting that quality of life was clearly mentioned, why we wanted to do the open space strategic plan, and that was in 2002, and then you fast forward to, well, in 2024, when this council set the priority of quality of life. So I just thought it was interesting that it was like coming back, like full circle in that recognition. And then just ensuring that funding is balanced across, again, like all parks types, just not regional or destination parks, but also neighborhood parks or parkettes. So this side is really questions revisited, and I did hand those out. And this is really the opportunity. I've presented the criteria, presented some recommendations moving forward. This is really the time to visit these questions and to open the floor for discussion. We do have a proposed motion, but of course, council has always has options or alternatives. If you don't like what you see, or if you want new tweaks, we'll take that direction. You also have an alternative to say, maybe we don't want a parks evaluation criteria at all. Let's just not do it at all. Or the third alternative is to adopt it and see how it works and evaluate it as we're using the evaluation tool.
Thank you. Well, our practice has typically been to bring forward a motion in the past and then have discussion, where this is more in-depth, and I'm hoping we'll engage more conversation. Let's hold off on that for now and digest what Trudy has brought forward. And using the questions to consider are a great guideline if you're not sure where to start, but I'm sure you'll take questions as they come up and try to answer best we can. So please raise your hand if you'd like to speak. Okay. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. I'll go first. So on November 25th, when I brought up that Maligo was not included, I was basically directed to this conversation. I support the criteria. I think it should be weighted equally. My concern is that I feel that we need to have a different conversation, or a larger conversation. I think there's 3 areas that come to mind when I say this. I have Maliga Lake, Pine Grove's on my mind, Sherbrooke is on my mind. These areas may not need upgrades. I just feel that there's a larger conversation to have that we seem to be pushing off or ignoring, or maybe we don't have the resources to have those conversations. I think we need to have these conversations. I don't know where I go to get this wheel in motion, but maybe Maliga Lake is not the place for a boat launch. I am open, but I think it needs to professionally be evaluated. Maybe Sherbrooke is not where we're going to develop, but I think there's a larger conversation. I think the residents also need this information so they know that they're not being ignored, so they know that we're listening. And I know you're listening, but I want to have the larger conversations and I want to make decisions. Tom?
I can. My understanding was that we would be coming to these looking at the parks evaluation criteria so that we could start having those discussions. That was my understanding. And not just about the current parks that are in the system, but anything that might be on the horizon. And so that's why when I was looking at the parks criteria, you know, even though, I guess I'll use safety, even though I say safety is a criteria for, primarily for a park that currently exists, but we'd also look at that when it comes to evaluating if council wants to go down that road to investigate. I take my direction from you, then we'd be using that as a criteria to say, well, maybe, you know, we have to make sure if we're installing a boat launch somewhere that it is going to meet safety. It's not conducive to have a swimming site and a boat launch relatively close. That's just from a safety point of view. So that's my understanding with that is what was going to start to trigger these conversations. And I, you know, again, I take direction from council, so if they want us to take these criteria back and look at the current parks in our system and use that evaluation to say this is where we are, and also to look at those three potentials, which was Pine Grove, Maliga, and Sherbrooke, we can take that through this park criteria as well as a group, direct staff to go do it and bring back their analysis using the criteria. But I think this was to be the launch point.
I agree with everything you said. I don't want to see a boat launch in a swimming area either. But I think that these conversations are separate from the criteria. I think when the time comes, using the criteria is going to be very important. But I really want to have these conversations. I want to make decisions. It might be something that's not going to take any more time. But I think it's important to have these conversations. I don't know, special meeting, separate meeting, however we get there. It's time to have the conversations.
So I would point it to him now.
So if I could just comment, so if councilors want to put items on agendas, we have a process for that. The mayor ultimately approves agenda. My only caution would be if council decides that they want to have a discussion on Sherbrooke Lake, staff need time to get all of the background information together, because certain council members have more knowledge about this subject than others. And so that would have to be included in the discussion, because it would take a fair amount of work to get all of that information into a form that we could circulate to council members. And if part of the decision is going to involve any form of community engagement, we'd have to plan for that separately. And as I've stated on a number of occasions, our work plan is already pretty full. So if that is a priority item that council decides will get bumped to the top, we also have discussion about what comes off the list. Because if priorities change, and they can, that means that things are added and things are taken away. For shorter discussions that require less research by staff or less work by staff, they're easier to put on the agenda. For Pine Grove Park, for instance, we have had community engagement, but that was some time ago. Whether council wants to revisit that as part of the discussion, what council wants to see as options, those discussions can take place. And for something as very specific like a boat launch, if council wants us to explore areas where you could have a boat launch, the challenge continues to be most lakes are accessed by private roads. And we can't put a public boat launch on a private road without causing a lot of trouble for ourselves. So we're limited to a great extent to lakes that can be accessed on public roads. And there's not very many of those. So that there's just different work involved. But my understanding is that there is a willingness to have some level of discussion on those matters, and the mayor and I have had preliminary talks on that. I'll ask the mayor to comment further.
Yeah, I think we kind of have two conversations going here, and I think there may be a simple conversation that council could have around the 3 parks that are identified without requiring a lot, an initial conversation to say, kind of, we want to pursue this further or not. And we might be able to do that in a fairly simple way without a lot of further discussion. And we might want to try that without asking staff to do a lot of work on those 3 parks that we've identified, just at a top-line conversation. And we might be able to resolve some things fairly simply. Because I've talked to many of you about this, so I have some sense of where the hot spots are here and where we may want to dig deeper. So that's an option we could do to really address, I think, what Councillor Hubley has tabled, is let's make some decisions and simplify. That's a different conversation from what we're looking at here, but I think we could do that. So, and I think we can do that without a lot of extra staff work. So we'll deal with that. The issue around these criteria, I think, is helpful as they've been presented, but I'm kind of a numbers person, and having some weighting to them might be more helpful in an evolution of the criteria. And I don't know how others feel about that, but that would be my kind of response to this. I think that the criteria are helpful, and because they widen the conversation around what we need to think about when we're thinking about parks. And so I think it's very helpful to have this, particularly on top of the standards that we've set. This is a way to continually evaluate what we're doing. And they are helpful in also bringing to light some of the things. I think safety is really, when we think, if we use Maliga as an example, where you've got swimming and boating that are going to collide there, clearly a safety issue becomes a very big concern on how we might pursue it. Perhaps one of the criteria that's not on here that should be is accessibility from a transportation point of view, because that's an issue at Sherbrooke Lake. Let's be honest, there's a big issue there with actually accessing the park area. So that may be something. And the issue Tom raises around using private roads for access to public space creates problems for us as a municipality that I think we would want to avoid. So I think that the conversation around this is helpful, but I think we can also have a side conversation as we get these refined that deals with kind of go, no go on what we want to do and get some of those decisions made, and then focus on perhaps at Sherbrooke Lake that needs more attention from a staff point of view, presenting us with information for making a decision. But on Pine Grove and Maliga, I think we can have a general conversation and make a decision on those without a lot of further staff input. At least try it. I don't know if I've muddied the waters or helped to move it along.
Thank you. No, I agree that with my thoughts completely. You touched on all areas I wanted to talk about. Some of these concerns may possibly take work off of people, but we haven't had the conversation to know that.
And I think it's important that for those that have brought up those parks in the past, we kind of divert from it, or it comes up here, but now the mayor has kind of put out a set direction that we will talk about it, we will make a decision, and staff have that information to go forward to see in a future agenda. Councillor Brooks, I do see just so you know, I do see your hand, and I'll call upon you shortly. Up next, we have Councillor Oikel.
Thank you. One of the areas that I didn't see there, or maybe it's in there, is to know what the purpose of the park is. Why are we having that park? For example, I think of the Indian Path Park Trail is more of a hiking area, a walking area, compared to, and you wouldn't put necessarily a playground there, but you would, but we do have a playground at River Ridge, which has hiking and playground and a lot more. So I'm just wondering, is there an area in there for the purpose of the park? Or even, is it kind of, when you go through all the criteria, will it hit it?
When I think about that, my mind immediately goes to the positive user experience, and like that's one of the, like, why, so when I use the example of Hurdles Beach, like, why are people going there? And it's for that beach experience, right? So, and when you look at the environmental impact, like, I think, you know, you probably wouldn't put a playground at Hurdles, right? So, and that's the same with the accessibility from a transportation point of view. We actually did talk about that at a staff level. So that there could be another question that's added into the accessibility criteria around, like, can people actually get there? Like, how difficult is it? It might be great for the people in the community, but not as easily accessible. So those things we could ask. So I don't know if but that's the one that comes to mind.
Because if Indian Path Park isn't necessarily accessible, right? For a person in a wheelchair or a walker, because it is more of a hiking path. So that's why I'm just wondering if we want to be very specific in the purpose of that, of parks. Like, why are we having that park? What is it going to, accomplish? Why are we having it?
So we could add, we could add like a description, not necessarily part of the criteria, but like to describe the park. So if you're the evaluator, I'm hoping as an evaluator you would know what you're looking at in the first place, but you might not. So if you're reading it, then you have the description and it describes what the purpose is. And you're right, Indian Path Commons, we would probably not necessarily make the trails accessible because it takes away from the natural and environmental. And we do know that the accessibility legislation doesn't mean that every trail has to be accessible. So you'll look at all of those pieces when you're helping, to make, a recommendation around a space. And I guess from a staff's perspective, if we're doing our job appropriately, we should be giving you that whole picture, and that those criteria should help weed that out. But a description, we could definitely have a description page if you would think that would be useful.
I think that would be helpful for people, for your staff, as well as for anyone that is reading the information once you have it together.
And we can certainly include like photographs and things like that. Like that could be part of the assessment, so people on visual.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thank you for the conversation so far. I just have a few comments about maybe refinements or additions.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly where this would fit in. It feels to me like it would fit in under park equity, but I really think that we should take into consideration past commitments and past community work. And maybe it does slot into the other ones, but it just feels like it should be something explicit because, commitments to communities, investments by the municipality, work by community members, it all really adds up to an expectation that we will follow through. And another piece that I think is very important to residents is access, coastal access. So I don't see that anywhere specifically. Again, maybe it falls into a category, but, and I'm talking about coastal as in ocean access and also inland waterways. It's a provincial problem, that people are losing access to these spaces. And I just think that when those opportunities come up for us to purchase a property and get access or restore access where we've lost it, or preserve access, I think we should really go for it. Because we know what happens when we let that access disappear.
So if I could just respond,
Yep.
I think that we could pose questions in either in park equity or even in community support and engagement. So like I think there is a question around, has the community been consulted? So when, I look at Pine Grove, for example, yes, they have. In Sherbrooke, they have as well, some time ago. So, and does it align with our strategic plan would be another, when I think about the coastal access, and maybe we specifically put a question in there, but our open space strategic plan specifically says that water access is so vital and so important. So that's hence why the criteria of, does it align with our strategic plans? But we could specifically put questions in there that sparks that triggers the thought, if you thought that would be beneficial.
Yeah, that would be great. And then just two other comments. Is it in the municipality? I am totally open to having that question in there because we know that has come up as a sticking point with some people, that we shouldn't be developing parks on land that we own in another municipality. But I would caution against us making any kind of hard and fast rule about that because, there may be opportunities in the future that we want to explore on the borders of our municipality that make a lot of sense. And the other criteria will capture whether or not it makes sense, I think. And just my last point, thank you to Councillor Hubley for bringing up the need for conversation, and as to the mayor's point, this criteria, is very helpful and will help us make decisions. And I just want to, really emphasize that transparency and communication around parks is so important. And I know that I get a lot of heated comments about what our plan is in my district, and more transparency will help with that. And there may be, sorry, I'm adding another point, but my other point is that, as far as a park like Sherbrooke Lake, the access point there, it's been in limbo so long. And what I'm hoping to follow up on some other points is that if we have a conversation, there might be little pieces that we can look at that take us out of that limbo into it becoming a reality in the future. But as long as we're avoiding this conversation, we're stuck. And I don't want to see another councillor in my seat years from now wondering whether we're going to develop a park that we own in Chester, or because it's a private road or whatever. Like, let's have the conversation and make the changes that we need to make in order to keep our commitments to communities.
And if I could just, and I think you could ask the question, like, is it in the municipality? Doesn't mean to say discount, it might be your only option. Maybe another question that sparked that was like, is this opportunity on a private road? And so that might take us down another whole conversation when you're evaluating as well. So those are two questions that could be added that, to trigger more thought process. So I think those are valid.
Up next is Councillor Burns, then Brooks, then Bell.
All right, I'm going to keep my thoughts on this separate from the advocacy role that you all know I'm going to play for something else, for Pine Grove. So with that in mind, I actually want to say, like, to council, like, I think this is a good framework, and I think it's workable. If we're looking at kind of just creating a checklist of sorts that's like, what are things we consider as we're making decisions? This is a very workable document, and it's a very workable, I think, because it allows for flexibility and judgment, because things come up in different areas for different reasons. When we talk about even the 3 parks that are mentioned now, but we look at all our parks and we think, why do we need to put more money into that? We all kind of have a gut feeling in there as to why it is. And it's not like applying for a federal government job where there's a very strict checklist and you're trying to fit in that checklist and score different parts. We are all here because we have a human and resident focused, centric view on things, and so we know what those gut feelings are, and our residents are telling us what those gut feelings are. So this allows us to fit it into a very justifiable framework to say, this is why this is before this, or this is why we're doing this year versus that year. It allows us to say, these are the thoughts we took into the budgeting process, which is really my next point, is that, like, I really appreciate this work. I'm ready to move forward on these, because I think it gives us the world in which we can make decisions about this. But it's really on us as a council to come back, and I think we've all said this, to come back and do the work and sort of make some decisions, and then from there to prioritize when those decisions will happen through our budgeting process, which is really where the parks and the fun stuff that residents, I think, if your experience is the same as mine, with the exceptions of roads in the winter, is the number one thing that people talk to us about, and it's the fun stuff and where we want to put the money. We're allowed to balance that with what it is we need to do to provide the services that residents need that might not be as fun or in your face or as public facing. So how is it we balance that as a budget process? But let's do the work about what are the things we'd like to see, and then continue that into the budget, and then just make it happen or not.
I think there was a fourth piece of a property that was in that list, and I just don't want to not talk about it. And it was Oxnard's Beach as well. I believe Councillor Brooks had raised that. So when I go back, it was Sherbrooke Lake, it was Pine Grove, the Maliga Boat Launch, and Oxnard's Beach. So,
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you for preparing this, Ms. Payne. My question is in reference to your equity slide. It is absolutely essential to me that our parks are 100% open and welcoming to all humans, full stop. It's alarming to me on that slide, the implication that hasn't happened. Please share with me some specific instances where different races or ethnicities have been excluded from our parks. And please give me some specifics about how you plan to counter that going forward. I'd be curious.
Well, that's a good question. I can't say that I have any specific examples. When I was doing the research around park equity, and it's not just about races and different people using the park, it's making sure that we have, how can I say it, equitable, not distribution, but one that comes to mind would be, we had no parks in the Oakland area at all in that district. So when I think about park equity using that lens, those residents in that area would have to travel to other places. And so when I looked across the district, there's definitely some districts that have more parks, probably because they have some of the more natural amenities, and and they grew over time. But part of that is, for me, is around the equal distribution, and we're meeting the needs of the population, and that our parks actually reflect who we serve. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but
it doesn't really. I appreciate the equity lens in terms of our community and our different districts, and I support that wholeheartedly. Again, my concern is, and I think it would be very alarming to learn that there were individuals who came to our community, different races and ethnicities, who felt unwelcomed and excluded. So again, if there are specific examples where an individual has felt that way and communicated that with our municipality, I would really want to know, because that's alarming and disturbing, and we need to work very hard so that that doesn't happen. If that isn't the case, then I think we need to look at the language in that as well, because I'm not exactly sure what it's there for. So if we have examples and this is an issue, let's deal with it. And if not, then let's look at it.
Okay, thank you. I'll take direction from council, but I can look at rewording it if that's the direction.
Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. When we have brochures or advertising about the various parks, especially for people who have never visited a particular park, I'd like to see some places, jurisdictions use a traffic light, red, yellow, green, and sometimes a blue light, so that if it's a passive park, accommodating or capable for handicaps, it would have one rating. If it's somewhat challenging, it might have a yellow light. Challenging would be another rating. And some people prefer these and want these, difficult and not accessible to all, that maybe we look at a rating on something. It doesn't have to be in great detail, but I especially noticed this in Arizona, where parks tell you if you are expecting some challenges, this is going to be easy walking park, basically wheelchair accessible. But then in another park, you're told up front, the first 100 feet will meet everyone's needs. After that, you're on your own. And some people will choose either one depending on what their needs are. So maybe this is something that might not involve a lot of money to do. It might be your own staff sitting down and looking at this. And some of the parks were already evaluated by outside agencies. So let's use the information we already have and maybe provide a lens, if you like, for the rating of the different parks. Thank you.
No, that's definitely a good suggestion, and we have been talking about that, and I would think that this could fall in the accessibility criteria, and one of the questions, like, does people even know? So sometimes it's not just about the built environments, it's the other things we do to make people aware. Our mountain bike trails is a good example of where they have a ranking system of whether it's like easy, more difficult. So it's around creating that ranking system, as you stated, and communicating it. Yeah, and so that would be a piece of work that we could certainly be working on outside the criteria.
One thing that I had circled under welcoming and safe, under evaluation, you have, is there a variety of activities to engage users? And I circled it because I thought one of the things that's so great about the municipality is every park offers something different. So if I go to Lave Sunset, for instance, I'm not going there to hike or to, but like, it just depends on where you're going. So maybe we should include where applicable.
Sure.
Just to make sure that, a park doesn't get marked down for not having a ton of things. Sometimes that's the best thing about our parks, is the less passive parks versus something more active. That's just feedback I had.
Yeah, and that, I guess, would align with what Councillor Oikel was getting to around the purpose of the park and the description. So you're right, sometimes you don't want like a playground and other activities. You just want that passive spot. So I think that would help with the description to say, this is really the purpose, or this is why it doesn't have a ton of amenities. So good point.
Is there anybody else that hadn't spoke yet before we go around again? Oh, okay. Councillor Smith and then Councillor Oikel.
Just around, amenities in parks, how it's used, et cetera. Can you just tell me how we collect data around who's using the park? And I ask us specifically thinking about Mashamash Beach Park, because I hear from people in the community that there's more and more people coming to the park. They see more traffic on the road, et cetera. Like, are we doing counts of how many people are at the park? Are we doing any, like, if we're talking about like demographics and population, like, are we actually collecting any of that data to help with our decision-making?
To be honest, we haven't done that. We haven't invested in that data collection. I would say the most recent, which would have been the survey in 2023, and when we had that staff person actually go and engage with people at each of the parks. So that's the most recent data, but we don't like have. I'm thinking of like at the LCLC when you come in the door, like they're counting. We don't have any kind of systems like that in place, nor have we hired staff specifically to go do that. There would be a cost implication, but definitely would be beneficial in helping make decisions.
Councillor Oigel.
Yes, I'm just wondering, so we have people brought up different things, like the mayor brought up about ranking the criteria, and Councillor Brooks brought up about rewording and adding other municipalities. So there's different things, and then but do these things need to be put into the evaluation criteria before we do the motion? Because the motion is as presented, and these are added things.
Yeah, I would propose that we don't do a motion. I think we've got enough feedback that there needs to be some tweaks. And so I would be thinking that we would need to come back and present it, not as in much detail, but to say, you know, this is what I heard, this is where I captured it, is this correct or not? And then perhaps a motion at that time.
I think we're all kind of hitting that point in the morning where we need to almost get moving, but I think it's important we finish up this discussion. We'll come back after lunch, hit our other topics. So I'll put it out to the floor again. Is there any questions or comments for Trudy to take away? We're not going to pass a motion today, so it's not the end all. But if there's things that you think should be in here, now's the time to speak up, as well as things that might need to come out.
Well, I just was wondering if we want to talk specifically about whether or not we want the criteria to be ranked, rather than have her go away and do that, and we, as a majority of us, feel that it doesn't need to be ranked. I personally don't feel that they need to be ranked, but I'm not sure what other people feel, because that would be a lot of work for her to go through and do that if that isn't what council would like.
Yeah, that's a very good point, so that we're coming back with one document and not asking to go away further. So the questions being proposed is, are we okay with their criteria just coming as a list with no value, or having it ranked in order? Is that what you're suggesting?
A weighted system.
A weighted system. Okay. So I think we could probably just do a show of hands, which you all know I'm horrible at because I contradict what I'm going to ask. So a show of hands for those that are in favor of it being as presented today.
With no you mean with no ranking criteria, no weighting criteria?
Weighted or not?
With no weighting, yeah. 4, 5, 6. It was 6, I think.
So there were 6 in favor of it being presented as it was today, which
with no weighting.
We'll go forward with that approach. Councillor Smith, you have a question, or were you confirming your vote?
No, I have a question. Can you clarify, I just want to clarify what rewording Councillor Brooks was looking for, and what you feel your direction is on that.
Well, that's a good point. I was actually going to ask, could we have that question around the room? Do people like the definition or are comfortable with the definition, or do you want me to go back and reword it and bring back a different definition?
Personally, I asked because I'm fine with the definition. I think that, you know, considering demographics is part of our work. And, yeah. I'm fine with it.
Counselor Oigel.
Yeah, I think, and I could be wrong, Counselor Brooks, but I think that the idea of even putting in a document that we would exclude races or people of income from our parks, you know, to have it in there is as if we could do that, you know, like that's a possibility, right? But if it's not in there, it's as if it's not even part of our thought pattern. Like, why would we even consider someone of a different race can't go in our park, or their income? Like, it doesn't matter how much you make, whether you can go in our park or not.
I think part of the reason, well, I know part of the reason, is to make us think and not unconsciously develop a park that may in fact do that. And so it is really around triggering to make sure that we are looking at who's in our community, who does the demographics reflect, who, making sure we're being culturally and historically sensitive. And so it wasn't about that we're doing it, is that sometimes we may be doing it without even realizing, like it's unconscious, it's not intentional. That's really where I was coming from.
Counselor Brooks.
So could you give me an example of us developing a park that would exclude a different race or ethnicity?
Well, I would, kind of putting me on the spot, and Alex, but we do have, and I've heard, we do have some parks that in some people's mind are named inappropriately. And I don't want to bring that conversation to this room, but I will say, I'll say like Indian Park, yeah, Falls, yeah. Like, should that be named that? Because of the cultural and historical sensitivities. So probably when that was named at the time, that was, you know, that wasn't that thought process behind that. So it is, I mean, I'm happy to take it back and reword it if people find it, but it was more around just the consciousness of making sure that we are being conscious when we develop our parks. That's really what it was about.
Go ahead, Councillor Brooks.
I would say that that's the best example you've given so far, and I think that cultural sensitivity is something I can absolutely support. And if it requires, you know, name changes, as the province has done all through the province, that's something I think we should look at. Again, you know, to be really frank, I find the language performative. I find that the concept of if we don't say it, we are therefore exclusionary. Well, then we better add a long list of individual labels of people who we need them to feel they are going to be welcomed. I think our blanket policy is that we are trying to welcome humans. I try very hard to not bifurcate humans by other labels. If we are bringing equity to it, and the equity lens is humans, and on top of that, humans who have different accessibility needs, that's really important to me. When we start to go down into the weeds of other things, as I think you've just shown, it gets a little precarious. So if you want to talk about cultural sensitivities and awareness of historical situations, I can absolutely support that. I can't support the language as it's presented there because you've not been able to give me examples of where that's been a problem in the past. So we can have a different conversation, but I'm concerned about it the way that it's presented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think the word is cultural sensitivity, because that reflects history, the demographics, the nature of the location. I think it may be the word. I mean, we'll leave it with you but I think that might be it. I understand what the use of equity. It leaves a very broad interpretation, and I think there's probably two elements to it. Is equity in terms of, have we placed parks in a reasonable distribution throughout our district to make sure that everybody has access. the other point of it is that we are respectful and sensitive to the cultural nature of our community, historic and emerging, because we have an emerging community that is looking quite different in many respects.
And maybe that's the definition, what you just described. To reword, I wrote it down. It's on tape, but I also wrote it down.
So I think you've got what you need, and we'll take the recent comments away and come back, and we'll entertain a motion at that time, and maybe further discussion once we go away. Okay, so thank you.
Sounds good.
We are going to break for lunch and come back for 1:15 to continue along with our agenda. All right, thank you. Ben, we're just waiting for a few more people, and then we'll call to order, so, or call
Thank
back
you.
in session.
Thank you.
Welcome back, council members, staff, and members of the public that might be listening. We're going to move along in our agenda to the Finance Department, item 10.2.1, Property Tax Rebate 2026-2027, and we have Elena Wenzel, our Director of Finance, to bring that forward.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So you have before you the property tax rebate plan or a proposal for the property tax rebate policy number 49. So the rebate program is one of the ways that Council supports our low-income homeowners by granting a property tax rebate based on household income. During your 25-26 budget deliberations, you did ask as a council that the policy be revisited to consider household size and the determination of the rebate. So staff started with a jurisdictional scan to compare other municipal units' thresholds for household income and household size. Both Colchester County and East Hants do have household sizes for rebate determination. Colchester provides $635 rebate with incremental thresholds for up to 3 or more household residents with a maximum income of $49,915. East Hants does have a more income and family size categories, but provides a rebate of up to 20% of the annual tax bill. So we provided you with all the details of the jurisdictional scans that we were able to find in the province. As of December 31st of this fiscal year, staff had processed 1,184 qualifying applications, totaling $579,000. We have 15,551 assessed dwelling units in the municipality, which means 7.6% of the homeowners have received a rebate. Of that 1,184 applications, 1,110 of them were actually processed as a credit on their final tax bill. By looking at the rebates that other units have and considering the cost of living to determine a revised income and threshold and rebate amounts, staff did some updates to the policy in anticipation that council would, or the committee would recommend it. So some of the things that we did change in the policy were clarifying that household income documentation will be required for all adults in the household, which is over the age of 18, and proof of dependent children would be required in the form of the CRA Notice of Child Tax Benefit. So what we came up with was revised income level threshold and proposed rebate schedule that has 6 kind of classifications. So with income under $31,500 and 1 resident in the household, the rebate would be $700. We actually decided that perhaps the same rebate amount would apply to every household, as it looks like that might be less confusing to a homeowner. And so then we moved it up between $31,000 and $41,500. If there's 2 residents, 2 adults, or an adult and 1 child, they're the same rebate. And we pretty much just did $10,000 increments up to 6 or more residents, which would be 2 adults or 3 or more children. So looking at our budget implications, we do have a $763,400 budget, so we haven't fulfilled that entire budget yet this fiscal. Thinking about if we took the existing applicants and applied this criteria against them, then the budget would have to be increased. Now, depending because of the way our system's written right now, we don't ask for how many people are in the household in the current rebate application process. So some of those people might get excluded in this kind of policy. So we're thinking maybe, because we've increased the threshold up to $81,500, that we're looking at probably increasing our budget to probably about $850,000 to accommodate this kind of program. So this kind of does, address council's strategic plan to address the quality of life and affordability for your residents. And we know the property tax rebate's a good fit to target those homeowners who need the most relief for property taxes. Some of the alternatives to this proposal would be to ask staff to go back and come up with a different kind of threshold or program. We could leave the existing program unchanged, so that certainly is up to council, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, thank you for presenting that. We'll go right to the floor for questions, and starting off is Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I'm glad to see the income threshold increase. This property tax rebate has helped many, many people, but there's always, every time we increase it, there's always somebody that's just $5 above the amount. And I hear it, or we all hear it. But as for the number of people in child and adults in the household, do we really have to do that?
Through to Councillor Moore, we were asked to bring back the number of residents in the household as an option. So this is why we've come up with this kind of program. We don't have to change the program, but this was a proposal based on that request.
So yeah, I would be willing to increase it to 71,501 to 81,500. But as for number of adults, children, everybody's household is different. Everybody's household, you could have 3 people living in a household that's under 31,500. You know, it's like, or you could have one person that's in a household that has an income less than 81,500, but they're still struggling to pay their bills. So it's like to number the amount of people in the household and children, I really don't care for that. But that's just me.
And just to reiterate Elena's point, staff brought this back because a council member requested this information about a year ago. So this is them doing their due diligence, bringing that back. We don't have to move forward. It'll come to a decision of council if we want to leave it as is or move to a different model. So that's where the discussion will lead to today.
Like I said, I like the increase, income threshold increase, but that part of it I like.
Councillor Oikel.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Moore and in disagreement with Councillor Moore on certain of her points. One of the points is that in relation to saying that it's 2 adults and 1 child or whatever, I think it should just be how many residents are within that property, because you could have a multi-generational family with 4 adults, and 2 of those adults are your grandparent or parent, and they're not necessarily bringing in a large amount of income, right? So I'm just thinking like having it more as residents rather than saying 2 adults, 3 children. And maybe it could also have in there a minimum rather, or you could either say a minimum of 1 resident, because you could have 2 seniors together and their income is underneath the 41,000 or the 31, right? Also, I feel in disagreement regarding Councillor Moore that if one person is making 80,000 a year, that's a lot of money for one person to make and be living by themselves. And if they're having issues, I don't know what their issues could be. But I do think that having 5 residents within a home, or rather 6 at that level, I believe it was 6 actually, but just that it's the residents rather than breaking it down to 2 adults, 3 children, or whatever.
Councillor Burns.
Thank you. I want to thank you for the work you did on this, because I actually think an analysis and providing these options would have taken an incredible amount of person hours to do. So thank you. And now that I've said that, I'm going to poo-poo the idea a little bit, mainly because my concern is that we are leaving some people behind right now, well, not perfect. I think that there's some people whose incomes are going to be left off this because they don't have multiples in the house. I actually feel pretty strongly that there's a lot of circumstances in which an individual making $80,000 a year would not afford to own a home in this county and live a reasonable quality of life. In fact, I often wonder how a lot of people make it work. And I'll be quite frank, I don't have a single person that's come through my office that would have ever been able to purchase even a lower class home in this county at $80,000 a year income without their parents essentially co-signing or putting down enough of the payment that they could have the ratio. So the numbers we're talking about are reflective of a different reality than I think they were 10, 15 years ago. And what I like is to see the overall threshold added. If I was going to consider household size, and it would frankly be due to budgetary restrictions on how many people could I go above and beyond our current threshold for. So if our current threshold is X and you have one kid, then it's X plus 1. If you have 2 kids, then it's X plus 2. Or if there's multiple residents in the house, is it X plus 3? Because the costs of maintaining that household are greater. Our current system isn't perfect. We've just pumped some money into it. I personally like the program, and I'm pragmatic in that I told a lot of my residents that I hear their concerns about increasing assessments and increasing taxes, and I'm pragmatic knowing this is the program in which I'm going to find common ground with my other councillors on how to offset that for some of my residents, but I don't want to leave anyone behind by excluding them or changing the bracket in which they may otherwise qualify. So I would be uncomfortable in proceeding with it as it is today. And I would just encourage others to consider that. And if we're going to look at household size, it's above and beyond what we do today. And if I wanted to look at this, then I was going to vote in favor for this, I'd need something in the policy that said if you qualified under the old program, then you qualify under this. And I just don't think, from a bureaucracy standpoint, that we need to be creating dueling systems like that either. So that's kind of where I stand on this.
Councillor Reinhardt.
Thank you, and thank you for doing the work on this. I'm sure it was a lot of work. I also have some concerns about people who would be left out of the new program, who had been accessing it before, and maybe have come to rely on it. So, I'm also a bit uncomfortable with the new system. I think if there was a way to, I think the intention behind looking into it was to try to expand, to catch some of those people who are in those income bands that we already have, but maybe acknowledge the fact that, someone in an income band of making, say, $60,000 with a family of 1, is very different from someone making $60,000 with a family of 5. So if there was a way to keep both of those families in the program, but adjust maybe the rebate, that's sort of where I saw it going. But that being said, I think the program we have is very good, and I would probably vote for keeping that or looking into a different way to expand it.
Councillor Smith.
I was very supportive of the changes we made last year, and also supported, bringing forward an analysis of household income. And definitely, we're going to be losing some of those or missing some of those residents who are on their own. And I would think that it would hurt seniors especially who find themselves living alone, because, people move out or their partner dies and they're alone in their house, and maybe they have an income above $31,500 and could really benefit from our rebate in order to be able to stay in their house while there's no other options. That said, I do wonder if there's a third way. And if there isn't a formula that we could look at that would allow for the different sized rebates, but also take into consideration the household income. Did you come across anything that would kind of do those two things so that it's like not all or nothing, and that we could keep those tiers of different sized rebates? I know it makes it more complicated.
Certainly through the chair, there are some other jurisdictions that do look at percentages. For example, HRM does. They have an 80%, 180, 60, 40, 50, like 20, but it's just at household income. It has no number of residents in it. So if you're in the first tier, say 33,000 or less, you get 100% rebate. But their rebate theirs is quite complicated. I would need more staff to do this kind of rebate program just because of the way it's set up. Even though they don't do a full tax, like property tax rebate at all, like it's a percentage of your property tax. Like we're one of the very few that will give you your entire tax bill. That's quite beneficial in our program, for example. So I didn't see any that I mean, we could tier it. Like I was just looking at a way to try to make it simple for a taxpayer to understand and simple for us to administer. It doesn't mean that we can't change the income, the rebate amounts based on family size if you want us to do that. Like I said, like this is one way to do it. There's so many different combinations, and I wasn't sure where you wanted to go with it as a council. So I thought if I bring you back something you don't like, you like or you don't like, that's great. But if you don't like it, please tell us where you want us to go with it. So that's what I can say about that.
I think, just to add on to our Director of Finance's comments, there's been several comments around, the adage, a good tax is an old tax. When you change a tax system, you create some winners and losers with a change. So if you change your program, there's the potential, as you see with this one, that some people that are currently eligible at a certain amount will see that reduced. So the only way to add, if that is the case, that you do not want to make people who are currently getting a benefit get less of that benefit, if you also want to add household size on, you have to be prepared to significantly increase your budget. Because you are then saying, if you have this amount of income and your tax bill is this large, we'll still give you that rebate, but if you have more people in your house, we'll give you an even larger rebate. That's the only way to get at the combination of comments that you're saying. And then you have to decide, is that the best way to distribute that, or do we want that to stay just on a pure income basis? So coming back to Elena's final point, we can do other models. We just need clear direction from you so that we don't continue to come back saying, would you like this one? And then you say no, and then we produce a new one that also doesn't meet your specs.
Thank you for clarifying that. Councillor Hubley.
You said to tell you if we liked it or if we didn't like it. You're probably going to be sorry about that. And no, I would like to see the household size. I just would like to see it household income.
My standpoint as well, I like the program that we have now, and actually your research that you did on the other municipalities just reiterates how well of a program that we have and that we're able to do. So from my end, not looking to, and I also reached out to many residents, and I didn't have anybody suggest moving to a new model. Is there any other speakers who wish to speak? Councillor Burns.
I for now would say that we take the work on this and park it for a future discussion. Everyone here knows that I would obviously enjoy giving more tax money back to residents. In fact, I don't think anyone at this table would say otherwise, at least not in a public forum. But without having just the absolute confidence that it's not going to destroy something else in the budget, or that we're not going to end up borrowing in order to facilitate this, or we're not going to do something in the budget that's going to have longer lasting impacts, I would shelve this for now. And if we end up in a different situation down the road, then if we're looking at programs we'd like to expand, then the same way we did last year, we could come back and do the same thing and look at options for the future. I wouldn't want to say, oh, go back and change it a little bit, because I don't think that is time well spent for the decisions we're going to face in the next 6 to 12 to 18 months.
There is a motion in front of us, because I'm not 100% sure where everybody stands, but if there was somebody willing to bring forward that motion, they could do so at this time. Do you want to? Councillor Reinhardt.
Okay, to the Chair, Deputy Mayor Vino, and members of the committee, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommends to Municipal Council that Municipal Council adopt the changes to the calculation for the property tax rebate program as presented, and further that they be included in the 2026-27 draft operating budget with a rebate of up to $700. And I so move.
Is there a seconder on that motion? Seconded by Councillor Burns. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Smith.
I will support the motion because I would like to see it come back to council and have a little bit more time to think about it. I don't know if that is a genuine support of a motion, but that's what would happen, right? It would come back to, it'd be recommended to council?
It's the opposite.
The motion is adopting as presented.
Okay,
So this would
sorry.
essentially be your 7 days
Thank you.
notice. It would come to council for approval. Yep.
It would come to council for approval.
You would have one more vote on it, but the motion says as presented. It's not for further discussion and review.
Not the one that she read. She
Okay.
read about increasing to 700. She read the top one. It was just to increase the, to increase the money.
Yeah, just a little earlier in that motion there, it says as presented. Yeah, that's okay.
Councillor Moore.
Sorry,
Okay, so with this motion that was just made, that means if we vote in favor of it, we're going to go by household people? Okay. My decision's made. I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Smith.
yeah, sorry. So one of my frustrations about this and the changes we made to the eligibility to the water supply program, which is linked, is that we don't know how it's going to impact residents in any clear way, because we don't collect information on household size, like who's using the rebate. So I just ask, like, I'd be willing to keep it the same, because I think it's really important to have predictability with our programs. As long as we're thinking about, like, if we wanted to make changes later, would we know, would we have more information or data to make that decision by? So I'm just wondering how hard it would be administratively to request that people who are applying for the rebate in the coming year, just say, you know, what's their household size, how many dependents do they have in the house? Like, is that something that we could do so that later on, if we do make changes, we have more data to work with?
Through the chair to Councillor Smith, we could put that as part of our collection process. One of the things I struggled with when I did this based on household size, I wanted to see what other municipal units were doing. That was part of our process. My understanding is we don't get a lot of complaints about the program. Like I don't hear from anyone saying, other than perhaps, oh, I missed it by $5 or $10. I don't hear a lot of, you didn't consider this, because people are very happy to get it regardless. So we can collect that data if you think it will be useful in the future. That's not a problem. We can just add those boxes to the forms. We'll have to assign someone to to keep track of it, because it's all manual, so we'll have to assign someone to key it, so we'll know. Yep.
I don't see any further hands, so we'll call for the vote. And just to reiterate, you're voting if you're in favor of changing the property tax rebate to the proposed one brought forward. So all those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to provide clarity again. Yeah. So the motion that we're voting on today is to change our current property tax rebate to the one presented, which would take in family size. By voting against it, we're just going back to our current rebate program. Please let me know if there's any clarification that needed. Okay, we good? Okay. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? I don't think I've ever said this, but unanimously opposed. Oh. So we are going to keep our current policy.
And will we be collecting that extra data information?
That would be direction as opposed to a
Right, but,
thing.
yeah, so I'm just asking if that. 'cause-
So before sending Elena away, the question was, should we be collecting data on household size as part of the application? This would be an additional step for staff, so it's important that if they do that, it's what council wants.
Point of information.
Certainly.
It's obviously additional work, but is it materially, I don't know if that's the right word, material difference in work? Like, is this going to add is this going to add an amount of labor that's going to probably take away from something else you're doing or stretch someone further?
Through to Councillor Burns, it's, I think that as long as there's no expectation that you would get this information quickly, there shouldn't be, I think someone could pick at that, perhaps like a summer student or someone like that could pick at that kind of information, and just, if they're just key in household size, I think we could probably gather that data. Or through to council, if I can ask, so are you interested in how many adults and how many children? Like, what kind of question do you want on the application? And I also want to know if you're interested in putting any cost of living on these income levels and the rebates that are already there from 25-26.
I guess we'll take some comments on that. Initially, I worry that people are going to see this as a way to prohibit a future application. If now we're asking for this criteria, maybe they'll be skeptical in what they put because they think it might change in future years. I personally don't want to see the information collected, but I'll go around and ask others as well. I see some hands going up. Councillor Bell.
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Councillor Oigel?
I think it would be helpful, but maybe it could just be an optional. You know how sometimes you can put in if you want to or if you don't want to on an application?
Councillor Smith?
I mean, just to restate, I just think this is a part of, good policy design is if we have questions that we try to collect the data about who's using our programs and who we're missing. Like that's really when we're trying to design inclusive policies. Because I think a lot of the conversations we've had recently about eligibility of this program and what's tied to this program is that we don't actually know when we make decisions like who we're missing. And I just think too, the demographics of our area are changing, and household size is part of that, related to the housing crisis. I don't see why we wouldn't collect that data. It's not like for nefarious purposes. It's so that we can understand our policy decision making better.
quick show of hands if you would like to include this on future applications that go out. So yes to include, please raise your hand. So it's 5-2 and 5 against, and therefore would it be lost? Yes. So I'm just making sure, Ben, I didn't miss you. Okay. We will not be including it in future applications. Okay. Councillor Moore.
So right now, what we've decided is that we're going to keep it at the threshold of under 30,750, and then the top threshold, $45,001 to 60,000? Status quo? And if we were to increase it to the 81,500, it would cost us, without knowing how many people are in dogs and cats are in the household, it would increase our budget by $828,000?
Those numbers were based off of moving to a different program. Elena will confirm, but any changes, I think, to our rebate would come along with budget. Today's decision was really around, do we want to change the funding formula model? And I'm going to look to our Elena Wenzel to confirm.
Through to the chair, Councillor Moore. Actually, this is part of your budget process because staff will be bringing back in a budget amount. We won't be bringing back changes to the program. So if you are, this is our policy discussion today. So if council or the committee wishes to see changes to the existing policy, today would be the day to have those discussions. And if you do want to move, which I'll do whatever you like, this is your policy. If you want to move the income level up to 81.5, are you creating another tier? Where right now we only have 3 tiers, are you creating a 60 to 80,000 with a rebate value of maybe 150 where the rebate's 270? See, these are my questions. So certainly I have no problem doing whatever you like that you'd like to see in your program.
And as Elena has offered, if you are just concerned about those, the only comments you're hearing back are, oh, I missed it by 5 or 10%. It's with it, you don't have to change any program parameters by applying a CPI index to it. So you could increase your income levels by CPI, and then your budget would then reflect Elena's estimate of how much more that would cost.
That works.
So that doesn't require any additional research or analysis.
We add that as a motion.
Alex, could you just because I don't know if the mic was on completely, just reiterate the option we have here with
Yes,
the CPI?
I don't want to steal Elena's thunder. She just was looking for direction. Should she apply a CPI increase? So I think CPI in Nova Scotia is 3.1%, you had shared earlier. So apply a 3.1% increase to each of the income brackets, so the maximum income level that qualifies will be increased. So slightly more people will be eligible for your program, or if their income was indexed, they won't end up changing an income category.
Okay, show of hands of those that want to. Question from Councillor Reinhardt first.
Just to clarify, are you saying that every year, or is that a one-time? Just this year? Okay.
Through to Councillor Reinhardt, it's when we were updating the policy, one of the things in the policy was that we would adjust our thresholds annually by CPI. We did pull it out because councillors have been making, or the council has been making significant changes to the program. So rather than me just automatically changing it by CPI, if I'm bringing back a new program every year, I thought I should take that out of the policy. But if it can stay in the policy. Because in the policy, it does say we'd adjust it by CPI annually. Not if we don't adopt the changes to the policy.
Lots of clarification today. I'm still learning in this role. So thank you, though, for bringing it up, Councillor Moore, because even I misunderstood that now would have been the time to change those limits. So if we're not looking to make any changes, that kind of concludes the discussion today, unless anybody else wants to speak differently. Councillor Moore.
And the policy states now increased by CPI. Gotcha. So we're still status quo, but with the CPI increase. We can look at this down the road again another year.
So based on the discussion we just had, we don't need to bring forward the amendments to policy 049. So we'll skip over that portion and go right down to administration. Item 10.2.1, the draft housing strategy engagement results. And I believe Alex, our deputy CAO, is going to take that and bring it forward.
Okay, good afternoon, committee members. So hopefully this one will be a little more straightforward. We've already had some real in-depth discussion about the draft housing strategy. We're just coming back today to report on our public engagement work and then looking to move along with the proposed actions. So just a very, very short summary of some of the key information that's in your draft housing strategy. The term employees that we had working on research did an excellent job of identifying what the gap actually means for us in terms of the supply that we're short on and what that translates to in terms of an affordability gap. So on top of our current levels of construction, we would like to see between 80 and 100 additional units built a year. And in terms of the affordability gap based on median household income using the previous census data, and the median home sale prices in our area, there's an affordability gap of $71,000. So you had identified, given that we have limited jurisdiction where we have federal and provincial governments that are responsible for things like national economic policy, national programs for infrastructure and homes, and the provincial government has a responsibility for providing social housing. Municipal government has a smaller sort of sandbox to work within. And so within that sandbox, Council had identified in your draft 3 areas to focus on, one being creating an environment for growth. This is, for example, highly targeted around collaborating with our regional partners to provide infrastructure so that we can have higher density housing in the municipality. Finding ways to facilitate private sector starts, for example, our e-permitting program and our changes to the private road bylaw, and catalyzing community efforts to provide their own housing solutions. So this is around providing assistance to community groups that want to provide not-for-profit housing, pre-development grants to support them, and access to surplus municipal land. So on the engagement work, as usual, we had a microsite project page created on engage.modl.ca. We had 365 unique visitors. 53 of them reached the level of an engaged participant. So they clicked on numerous items, downloaded, or indicated they were going to attend an event. We did hold 4 in-person engagement sessions. 3 of them were community meetings, open house style in Dayspring, New Germany, and Broad Cove, and then the LCLC session was a pop-up. Some people had booked it in their calendars and specifically came to speak to us, and other people came by to use the library or visit the cafe and shared their thoughts. So we had 20 attendees, which is a low volume. Although I would note, and I believe council members can corroborate this, the level of discussion was at high quality, really detailed conversations, and a real excellent cross-section of different people either involved in housing or experiencing different housing issues. Oops, I preempted myself. So, low volume, but excellent cross-section, really high quality input. Common themes. Using some thematic coding from all of the feedback that was received. Certainly a need for alternative housing options, whether this is higher density, whether it's affordability, or options to stay in your community but downsize. certainly lots of comments around a lack of provincial support, whether that's funding for different kinds of new housing projects or support for individuals who are struggling, meeting their bills and accessing affordable housing. And we definitely heard from residents who have a strong desire to stay within their own communities. Overall, the feedback that we received was highly aligned with what the proposed municipal actions were. Recognizing, of course, residents don't often make a distinction between what level of government they're talking to. So it's very clear that residents wanted to see action on housing. Through the conversations, we were able to speak about what is within the realm of the possible for a municipality. And with that caveat, residents were supportive of the actions that were proposed. So we would like to ask council to adopt those actions that were outlined in your draft strategy, and we will then begin the implementation work, incorporating some of those elements in your 2026-27 draft budgets.
Thank you. Would somebody please bring forward the recommended motion? Or another of your choosing. Councillor Hubley.
To the Chair, Deputy Mayor Vino, and members of Policy and Strategy, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommends to Municipal Council that Municipal Council adopt the housing strategy as presented. And I so move.
Is there a seconder on that motion? Seconded by Councillor Burns. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Smith.
I just had questions about a couple of things, and I apologize. I meant to look these things up yesterday, but my Wi-Fi was out, so, and I had like 1 bar cell service all day, so. 2.2, promote the use of the provincial secondary suites program and advocate for improvements to the program. I feel like when this came to us before, the word top up was actually used. Are you not remembering that? Sorry to speak to you directly through the chair, to Mr. Dumaric. I'm just wondering, you know, what has changed and where we'd go from there. And then the other question I have was in environment for growth, the 1.2, establish a land bank of municipal property available for housing development. If we move forward for this, are we going to develop some criteria for making decisions around land swaps or giving land to developers or nonprofits? In what cases should that happen? Whether we're reserving some pieces of land in the land bank for nonprofit because it's really attractive for affordable housing. If you could just speak to both of those things.
Yes, so to the first one, you're not remembering incorrectly. There was discussion during the draft phase about a top-up program for the secondary suites program. In the first year, we would like to focus on whether or not we can provide, using the clean energy financing work and a possible collaboration with the town of Bridgewater on some navigator service that would include the top-up program, and speak to the provincial government about the issues that we hear residents experiencing about if they try to access it and then can't access it. So that would allow us time to prepare the pre-development grant program, and then that would allow for an opportunity in the second year for council to consider after an evaluation of how the secondary suites program worked, whether there's place for a municipal top-up. So it's not gone off the radar, but not in the current list of actions. And then in terms of a process for determining what to do with the land, so that also hasn't been determined in a formal way, although it's a factor that comes up. So in the surplus land policies and procedures, there's criteria for considering Land is also treated differently, whether it's going to a for-profit venture or a not-for-profit or a community endeavor. So there's certain things that you can do in terms of providing land at a reduced market value, a lower rate than market value, but only for nonprofits. And that's information that comes forward on a case-by-case basis when council is considering the sale or transfer of any municipal land. So it is considered, but there's no criteria or formalized process in place. And that could be somewhere that we get to once we have the land bank put together.
Any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, oh, sorry, Councillor Royko.
And 3.3, could you elaborate more on what you mean by that? Facilitated support, nonprofit activity, and networking throughout the region.
Yes, so that's the wraparound support for community organizations that would be interested in taking on a not-for-profit housing project. And region is specifically chosen there because we recognize that higher density housing projects are better suited on central services, and we know that if there's housing opportunities available in our region, then our residents can benefit from them. But the supports would be, we've proposed a pre-development grant because in the stakeholder interviews that our researchers did, many community groups that they spoke to identified that there is long-term funding available, for example, CMHC mortgage programs, provincial housing programs, but you have to have a level of sophistication in your application that most community groups aren't ready to get to in order to access those larger fundings. And the successful example of the cooperative that was founded in Queens, they were able to use municipal funds to prepare feasibility studies, for example, that were required to demonstrate viability of their project when they got to their CMHC applications. So those would be two of the examples of what that means.
Thank you.
Okay. Now seeing no further hands, we'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. And our final item today, 10.2.2, is the 2024 election overview, and our municipal clerk, April Wynot-Lonis, will bring forward that report.
Sorry for the delay. Get ourselves going here. I have a little thing on my screen here I need to get rid of. The mouse was so small, I couldn't see it. So this is a long-awaited report that I believe council was waiting on. We were hoping to get it to you in 2025, but better late than never. And it's an overview of the 2024 municipal elections, and it'll cover things that what worked, what challenges that were identified, and recommendations on how we could move forward with future elections and how those can be approved. Okay, it's not moving. Okay, Alex. Technically challenged here.
They're just not happy with you today.
Yeah, it just doesn't, it does, yeah. So just as a quick overview, this was the second fully electronic election. In 2016, there was a hybrid election, and in 2020, you had moved to a full electronic, and it was during COVID period, which kind of forced you into moving into that direction. The turnout wasn't huge, by no means over percentage-wise, but there was a rose by 988 voters. And what we did is we collected during that whole process feedback from both candidates, electors, and we collected information from internally this time in the returning officer so that we'd have it to help shape the go-forward discussion. So what the presentation will do is overview that feedback from those areas. There, got it to work. So as I just kind of highlighted, there's a kind of a quick statistics on the numbers so that you can see that. So it has gone up over each year. And I believe this election we had just over 10,000 voters. I believe it's in the report, the numbers. So there is a steady trend of voting and going up, which is what our goal is to continue and hopefully improve that. So some of the key issues that were raised by the means that we collected the feedback, some of it was shared concerns across all the groups, and then some of it was individualized within the group. So we'll cover things in the electors, some of and I highlighted the key components that came out of that collection. Electors there was conversations around the paper versus electronic ballots. There was security and confidentiality around the electronic systems in the phone system, and then the concerns were raised by some about how the access to the systems for folks. And to actual candidate information that would have been provided. Candidates, there was all kinds of conversations with the returning officer, and the majority of that kind of filtered around campaign signs was one of the top matters that came through the system, and location of those signs and things like that. Electoral boundaries was a concern, and then supporting voters during the election process. And the returning officer, of course, we tend to focus more on the data that we have and how it's accurate, and the completeness of the electors list was the key components for us. And it seems to be, based on conversations, it seems to be the same issues occurring year over year when they do elections. So we'll start off with the paper versus electronic voting. And you'll see here I do have what I think is kind of recommendations. This is just kind of my thoughts, thinking, these are some of the things that we might be able to do. They're not formal recommendations. It's just kind of throwing it out there so that you have it. There's no recommendation coming forward. This is kind of just a here, but it'd be good to get input to see if these are the directions that you think we'd like to go. So with that, paper ballots, of course, it's an added cost implication when we use paper ballots, and it's big. And part of the reason for that is, of course, we end up having to have more polling stations and more people involved in the processes. So, and it's the logistics around that versus the the electronic and phone voting is a relatively simplistic, and it's done from your own home. There was strong, even though we had lots of comments made about the two, the consensus when we talked to folks and when we discussed with the actual candidates during the process, the consensus was that electronic voting and phone voting was a much easier, and the consensus that's the route to take with going forward in elections. Surprisingly enough, there was folks would mention about the older demographics voting, and that they're the ones that would have the biggest challenges with the process. They still remain at the highest level of folks who are still voting, and they have definitely embraced the electronic voting. And over the shift from 2020, they used the phone voting more so. It was an 8.8% increase to the 2024 election, where they moved to using the internet for their voting mechanism versus the phone system, which we thought was an interesting kind of changeover from the phone to the internet for an older demographic. But that seems to be the choice that they went with. And of course, as I've got here, there's nothing that indicates at this point that paper ballots will increase your voter turnout, because that's not, the method of actually voting isn't really, I don't think, the issue.
Do you want us to comment on each one?
That's entirely up to the chair, and if it's fine if you want, yeah, sure, we can have some few comments.
If it's based on the slide that's in front, otherwise we'll hold questions
Right.
to the
Well,
end.
I totally agree with your recommendation, but I don't think necessarily as a municipality we should be the only ones doing that. I think that because it is a province-wide election, municipal elections are province-wide, that should be something that the province itself should be doing throughout the whole province to encourage people under the age of 50 to vote, because I'm sure it's not just in our area that we have low participation of that age group.
So voter turnout, I did provide just a quick slide on the numbers, just so that it was there for your information. And participation, of course, always increases with the age. We had 22,171 eligible, and we had 10,072 participate. So it's a 45.4% turnout. 80% of those voters voted by the internet, and 20% used the phone process. The lower participation occurred among voters under the age of 50. And I think that's a standard trend that we're seeing in elections. It's not anything that's new or unusual in that area. It does suggest that that's where the targeted engagement and education efforts should be more focused on, is trying to engage that younger demographics under that age group to help them and try to encourage them to vote and use their democratic rights. Accessibility, voter help centers, and privacy. That was one of the topics that was discussed. And this time we did voter help centers I believe we had one in each district. So that every district had a center for people on election day to go to. During the whole process, though, there was a voter help center for the full election period at the returning office. So there was always a spot available for any time throughout that whole period to go and get assistance for voting when the voting period started. It did play a critical role, I think, for residents, because there's a lot of folks who like that engagement component, and we're not suggesting that we should remove that from any future elections. We think we should work on how to improve that process within those voter help centers. It was interesting. We tracked, and we were able to track the number of people that came in, because of course we had to record the voting information when they come in, and the staff kept the information. So 1% of the eligible voters out of the 20,000 was who participated in using those. It's 1%, it's not a big percent, but it was still there, and it was another means to allow people to go and provide their vote. Privacy and security were ongoing concerns, but the electronic system and the phone system is robust systems that have been proven to have lots of safeguards. They have audit capabilities. We had an auditor from another municipal unit doing an audit of our system throughout the whole process on election, throughout the beginning, but mostly for the election official day, because that's the bigger day when you get the numbers of people using that. And those were all built into the system. The security measures always include the standard practice of two-step login, encryption, anonymous ballots, and the auditing capability. So in regards to the accessibility and security, these are some of the thoughts I had around improving the system. It's not just about the technology, but it's also about the ease and use and having it so that people trust the system. So clear communication around security and audit processes can significantly strengthen public confidence. And that's part on the municipality's role to ensure that when we put in a system that we're going to help put that information out there to help promote the security around that. So there is a couple of suggestions here, and just kind of review them. And if you have comments, by all means, I'm happy to take them. Make the online voting easier to use. From me witnessing it in the returning office, we had a laptop available, and some of the demographics, the use of the mouse, for instance, is a challenge, you know? So we had to slow the speed down really slow so that then they were learning for the first time. Some folks who have never used that type of system or a computer, they were excited after they finished that they actually used it to do that. But it took them a little bit of time, but you know, it worked. But there should be means to make it easier. Also the visual, sometimes it's not large enough for them to see the screens, that type of thing. So there's little things that we might be able to do to improve upon that. In the voter help centers, they were also set up with a laptop. None of them were touchscreen. And we thought about it that if it was a touchscreen voting system instead of using a mouse for people, it probably would be easier for them. So that's something to consider. And assistive technologies like screen readers, if we had something that we were able to, for people with visual impairments and those type of things. So just to think about those type of things, and provide multiple languages if needed, you know, of the system so that people can understand it and doesn't require a translator for that. We have lots of folks moving in and out, coming in from different areas, so sometimes the language is a barrier. So. But at this point, we didn't hear any of those concerns, but I'm just thinking down the road that might be a future need. And as I said, explaining about how the data is protected and that type of thing to help build that trust, we need to find better means to communicate that and promote the voter audit system. So people can actually then go back in and verify that their vote was counted and that it was done correctly. So there are means in the systems to be able to do that. So that might be one that we would want to add into our system. I don't know if there's any comments or questions or.
Let's see.
Candidate visibility challenges. This was coming from the electors. And it was related to all the candidates, and there was a lot of candidates in this last election. And the challenge was that there was no single location where they could go and get access to find out who these folks are that are running. Basic information, how to contact them. The municipality provided a very small little section in the election web section that just said the name, where they're running, basically their contact information, but it didn't provide details. And we had a lot of folks calling and saying, where can I get a hold of, what can I do, where can I find this information, and that type of thing. So we thought that, you know, that might be something that needs to be considered in future ones, how do we improve upon that to help electors know who they're actually going to vote for? Because if they don't know, they a lot of times will just say, no, I'm not voting, I don't know them.
But this could also be used for people that, and I agree, I mean, should have candidate information. And most of the candidates do have their own flyer that they put out in the mail with their phone number that they can be contacted. But I just, how can I say this? With some of the mindset that was negative in the last election, I don't want to see us put candidates in a position that they are berated and want to do back and forth, what do you call that? Debate and things like that in a public forum, because that's not who we are. We are guided by policies and bylaws in the MGA. So we cannot stand up there and say, if someone wants to, oh, yes, I'll do that for you. We cannot do that because it just doesn't happen. So that right there, I think, needs to be, and I have no problem because it's open and transparent, but the fact is, it will be used, it would have to be set up so that it is an information session only, not a session to do back and forth debate. Right?
So I can go through some of the suggestions here, and we can go. The other key thing was we noticed that folks would ask who the individual was, where are they from, and those type of things, because the Elections Act permits people to run in different districts. So a lot of time that name recognition people didn't know, and they didn't know who they were, where they were from, and those type of things. So that having that engagement piece that ensures that everybody is familiar and has a standard spot to go to get the information, and it's standardized, and I think that might be helpful for folks. And also, of course, you have a demographics that likes the face-to-face. So they don't use social media and those type of things. So you do have those type of things that were kind of the challenges that we had throughout the process.
Did you both have a question, or were you point? Okay.
I think we both did, but I'd
Perfect.
also be happy to speak after the presenter goes through all of it. I don't want to interrupt. You finish, and then I will gladly
If it's in
speak.
relation to this slide?
It is.
Go ahead.
Okay. This might be unpopular, but elections are a competitive process in which people make choices based on what they know about people and how they're going to act for their community. And I know it's our job to promote elections as a whole, as an institution, because we run them. But there's also a point in which the candidate is responsible for getting their name out there and what they want to do in public office. And I certainly had people who had not met me yet who were like, how do I find out about this guy? And I was like, don't worry, I'm wearing down my sneakers, I'll see you soon. But like, that is part of the process. And most people did want to meet me face to face before they voted for me. I'd say the number one reason people would have voted for me is the conversation I had with them at the door. The further we get away from that, the more we're going to lose the nature of local municipal politics. We have relatively small districts for electoral districts. If you compare us to like the municipal districts in Halifax or larger cities, they really start to become little provinces, right? Little MLAs. If in a group of 2,000 people, the candidates cannot be known who they are, then that speaks more to the nature of the people who are stepping forward to put their names on the ballot than it does about our electoral process. And both are very important, but I would suggest that one of the biggest drivers of getting people to show up and vote for how they see the municipality is going to go is actually the people running and what they're saying they're going to do for the community. So I certainly appreciate, like, the goal is get voter turnout up because low voter turnout is bad. But low voter turnout is bad because people feel like it doesn't matter to vote. In my district, 3 people ran, and we got about 50% voter turnout. That means 50% of the people didn't even think it was worthwhile to even look at us and take the 30 seconds it was to vote. That speaks to the 3 of us who ran. We need to get the three of us needed to get more people engaged enough to vote. And I would suggest as candidates, it's our job to do that, and it's our job to get out there. And we should not beat up the process that as a municipality that's running an election is not promoting the candidates. The candidates are the ones that need to get out there and do this.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I agree with those comments. It really is the candidate's responsibility to get out and show the voter how they're going to communicate with them throughout their term and use the different channels, whatever. I think having the candidates' names, so that people can look them up, great. But I also think, just to add to those points, is that we will get into messes once the municipality starts hosting and promoting town halls and Q&A sessions, like which questions favored, which candidate, or which location favors which candidate. We just, as is mentioned in the report, there's so much criticism of the municipality and candidates. I think that the municipality, in order to maintain the integrity of the voting system, wants to take a step back. And I would encourage community organizations, organize those debates and invite candidates. Like, it's got to come from the community. And please, let's not start promoting candidates on social media and thinking that we can do that in an equitable way that people will not criticize us for. I just think municipality needs to stay back and let third parties, community organizations help out in this regard.
I think the municipality's role is to help candidates determine how to do some of that work. Not necessarily do the work for them, but to help them and have some kind of standardization and stuff like that when there's questions. That might be the municipality's role. Good to go?
Yep.
Okay, so then we come to the bigger question. The provincial oversight challenges that we have. The candidates may not see, or the electors, but this is kind of some of the stuff that is happening on the inside of the workings of an actual election. Councillor Moore, I believe you kind of referenced this, a standardization across the province and those type of things, or was it Councillor Oikel? Lack of provincial standards for voting and in particular right now, electronic voting. There needs to be a complete revamp of the Elections Act, because the Election Act doesn't even barely acknowledge the fact that they've moved to electronic systems. So there's a lot of shifts and changes for that. And there's a lot of questions around signage and rules, boundaries, and alternate voting methods that the province, and this is occurring obviously across everywhere, other municipalities are having similar challenges with that. So the suggestion here is, the standard review, have the province do that review or start that process. You don't want to wait until the actual election to do it. And set some clear standards for the voting systems and vote security and accessibility and transparency and all those type of oversight pieces that go along with that process. I tell you, there is another slide, I promise you, but my screen just went blank. Let me see if I can do that again. There it is. The data challenges. Lots of data challenges that I've got to witness. It was my first time being actually physically in the returning office. And one of the biggest ones we've found was, first of all, the elector list that we receive is for our municipality, our jurisdiction, and we have access to nobody else's information anywhere else in jurisdictions. So you have an elector who's not on the voters list, they have to come in, they have to show proof, do an oath, do that. But what happens is we also have to call that place of where they did live, the municipal unit, wait to get a connection there with that right person, and check to see and verify. They have to remove it from them from the voters list, and then we can proceed to finalize on our end. So it's a bit of a time-consuming thing, and it's complicated, and it shouldn't be that complicated. So that was a big challenge for us, and created a lot of backlog in the process during that period of trying to get the voters list. Also, the data accuracy in the mail delivery process, those persist to be consistent issues that we're seeing across the board. The data challenges we'd like to see is that it work with Elections Nova Scotia to have real-time updates. The updates that we did during that office, that period, is live for us only. Elections Nova Scotia takes that information, they then take it back in a file format, and then they upload it into their system and do a verification to cross-reference to make sure it looks right, and if it doesn't agree, well, then they make a decision, do they accept our information of, say, of a mailing address or that type of stuff, or vice versa, and they check other sources that they may have to verify that. So it's not real-time data updating, so it's duplicating it. We did it once, then someone there at Elections Nova Scotia and their staff are doing it again. And what happened this time is there was a snap provincial election. So what happened is they didn't have time to use our data, which was recent updated data. So they were still using the old data, and then the electors had to do the process again to get on the list if there was any errors and stuff. So there's those type of things, but that's not something we can control as a municipality, other than we can advocate and share that information back with Elections Nova Scotia and the province. And I'll just finish my comment, and then the Association of Municipal Administrators has created a elections review committee. I applied to get on that, but they had it full, and they had lots of people applying, so they had to pick, and they did it regionally. So that shows good interest from a municipal level of employees wanting to be on the committee. They've met once, but there's been some shifting in Elections Nova Scotia with staffing and that type of stuff. So I'm going to take feedback and things that I get, and I'm going to stay in that connection with them so that our concerns are always sitting at that table at the AMA's group, so that it's part of their collection of information. So.
I know during campaigning in the last election, I spent a lot of time, I had little papers in my car that if I went to someone's civic number and up to the door and their name was not on the list, whether or not it was missed or whether they just moved here after COVID, I would give them the information to call to get the name put on the list. Do you think something like that, we used to have numerations, we used to have numerators. What were they called? Enumerators. That used to go door to door. Do you think that's something that would be able to be looked at? Do you think that would work, or just leave it up to the individual to make sure that they do put their name on the list? Like, not quite sure, but I know I spent a lot of time doing that, and I'm sure you guys spent a lot of time answering the phone calls for these people to get their name on the voters list. And I think a lot of it was because the last election happened in 2020, which was smack dab in the middle of COVID, and then a lot of houses sold, a lot of people moved in, and the lists were not updated unless, of course, somehow you applied for something and your name got on the list. So just a thought.
Remuneration is an option. If the municipality does that, there would definitely be a budget implication for doing that, because you have to, of course, engage that process and do it as part of the election process in advance. So we used to do it, so.
May I? But wouldn't it be nice if, I'm sure the provincial elections are going through the same thing with people that have moved in and things like that. Wouldn't it be great if we could partner with them and try to get one database, which would make it helpful for everybody? Thank you.
Almost done. and the mail delivery challenges that we faced. As always, there's the addressing issues, and that requires a lot of collaboration between municipalities, Elections Nova Scotia, vendors, and Canada Post to get that correct because of the challenges, people moving in and out. Sometimes the postal address is extracted from one piece of data that they use, and then it's not linked to the actual civic address. So there was a lot of mismatching in that. And actually, as of last week, I'm still getting returned mail from the Canada Post to do with the election. So that people didn't, it wasn't delivered. So it tells you kind of what happens with that kind of thing. So that communication piece and advocacy would come from the municipality. I'll use the AMA as part of that process to advocate for that. For the undeliverable mail was a challenge because we connected and contacted every individual postal outlet in our region to say, if you get mail that can't be delivered, return to sender immediately. Well, some did. Many, many, many did not. So it was held. So then people would be calling saying, I didn't get my delivery and that type of thing because of the mailing address stuff. So we tried to advocate in advance, but it still, it worked a little bit, but it needs to be more advocacy in that area. And the last slide is just basically kind of the direction that, the work plan of what we're seeing going forward. So reviewing for 2025 was review of the 2024 election findings, confirm the policy direction for the 2028 election. So it's kind of just, if everybody's feeling as though, we got some work to do here, we'll move into 2026 with the engagement in Elections Nova Scotia and the province and advocate for the legislative updates and data sharing improvements to try to push those pieces that are kind of the background for the elections. And develop the 2027, we'll focus on the voter and any kind of candidate engagement strategies that we'd like to do and design that communication and education process in advance and make sure that we're ready to go for when the 2028 begins, and then we'd launch our processes in 2028. And this would involve, of course, our communications director and building that kind of, and maybe similar to an Engage modal website, we could have an Engage election piece on our sites and stuff like that and share that information. So if there's anything that you see that that I've missed or that, you think either, whether it's now or in the future and you got ideas, we're happy to have that so that we can start building that process.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I just wanted to note, the diversity is kind of an issue in our elections, and I don't think we had any candidates in this past election who were racialized or maybe under the age of, I don't know everybody's ages, so maybe under, I don't know. We didn't have a lot of young candidates. So just putting that out there that, we should look at what candidate, just as we're looking at who needs to vote more, might think about who we would like to be targeting for running in the next election.
I don't see any other hands right yet. I had one question. You had brought up that one of the top things you heard from candidates was around signage. Can you maybe mention what concerns you heard around signage? And is there any rules or regulations on putting signs in somebody else's district?
Well, I think you hit the topic right there with the last part of that. There was a lot of questions around signage being placed in other municipal jurisdictions. And there's nothing that Elections Nova Scotia indicated to us that we could say that you cannot put a sign in another jurisdiction.
What do you mean, another district or jurisdiction?
District, a municipal district. So a candidate could post a sign in the town's boundaries, a big sign. There's nothing in the Elections Act that says you can't. And Elections Nova Scotia said there's nothing in there that would impede that occurring. The only criteria is the setbacks, and for sight distance, and those type of signs can be removed, and that type of thing. So we had a lot of that too, removal of signage and that type of thing. So that was the true big question that we were getting, is that jurisdictional, where can signs be placed? Can they be placed in another, municipal candidates area, which typically they tried not to. It was moving them into like the towns and doing that on the boundaries, because people traveling in and out of towns. So it's a visibility for those areas.
I just found with the districts, I got that some because of our boundary review. And some people that were new and running in some places, but were familiar with the districts before, where the boundaries were, thought that that's where the signs should go. And then once they found out, oh, that boundary moved down here, that was about the only thing I noticed, yeah.
I think it focused more about some of the areas closer to the town boundaries, and that type of thing. Coming in and out of those areas were kind of the concerns.
All right, it's been a long day, a lot of good discussion, a lot of good topics brought forward. So thank you very much for finishing us off with our election 2024 update. We have no mayors, deputy mayors, or councillor matters. No added items, no in camera today. Therefore, we will call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.